Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're gonna continue with our. Oh, shit, I wanted to change that setting. It's not. That's okay. We'll leave it. We'll leave it for the stream, and I'm gonna have to do some research. As always, you guys already know by now that we are all gonna be hoping um, for no crashes. So knock on wood. Hopefully we won't crash. As some of you know, the last stream that I did was a test stream because I had formatted my whole computer. So meaning that eh? Oh, you guys can actually see the game already. Well, that's fantastic. Did I have? Oh, we did play the other day. I was like, did I already add that in? I did add that in. Okay. Um. So yeah, we're still trying to see if there's any crashes now. If it's like a Guild Wars 1 thing, if it is a whatever it is, right? Do I have my? Oh, that's okay. Whatever. I'm just gonna tweet out real quick. We'll kind of wait for some people to get here. I'm a little early, but that's because we haven't been able to play properly. Because either we're getting sidetracked by like talking about other things, or my computer crashes, or there's always something that's preventing us from actually playing through this fucking game. Like, this is taking way longer than I thought. Like, I thought we'd already be way down. Like, I thought we'd already be in Corna by now, but we're not even close. So, which is not a bad thing. I mean, I'm enjoying it, but I'm also kind of feel bad because people are watching it, and then I just keep doing like 2 hour streams when I do want to do like 4 to 5 hour streams, you know. Um, so hopefully, knock on wood, we don't have any more crashes. If I crash, oh well, I'm sorry guys, but I've done everything I can to not crash. So I'm just tweeting out. Am live. Oh boy. Alright, I hope you guys are doing good. What? Oh, I wanted to. Wait a minute. No. I wanted to see. Oh, shit. There's a post I wanted to read. Oh, fucking god. Alright, anyways, I lost it, but that's fine. Alright, so here we are. Uh, let's hopefully not die. So we have finished this. Okay. There's gonna come a time here, just so you guys know. As we do, I'm gonna kind of try to review. Like I said, once we get those interruptions, I feel like I forget everything that happened that day. But so we're part of the Sunspears. Varish comes from Gandera over from Korna. She comes over for like a simple trade mission, right? So let's kind of review what happened. So she comes over for a trade mission. In the meantime, we're excavating the first city, right? This is all happening like kind of around the same time. Um, and it's weird because she arrives with her generals in tow. She arrives for a simple trade mission. It's really strange. And we're kind of starting hearing things, whispers about this thing called Nightfall. We then kind of start encountering a something called the Apocrypha in the first city, because there's undead that are like all of a sudden there's like the excavators are getting killed, and it turns out it's based on something that's being unleashed, something called Nightfall, and there's like demonic forces and everything is like kind of popping up, and we start seeing like demons pop up here and there, and we kind of try to figure out what's going on, and come to find out that um, Varish seems to be following this god Abaddon, and her mentor, who's one of her generals, also is, and they're looking for things. They're looking for these scrolls of some sort. They're trying to do like a different, whatever they're trying to do. We don't really know, but they're looking for these scrolls that are apparently important. One of which they found in the first city, and I guess maybe there was another one somewhere around here. I'm not sure. I don't really remember, but we ended up killing um, General Kayet down here in the Latenda Bog, where she was hanging out at, and we also at the same time, right around this time, we find out that the Corsair attacks that have been happening recently are actually funded by the Cornets. It seems like they're trying to distract us um, from what they're doing, because they're like sniffing around on Isten, and they're trying to distract us by sending all these Corsair attacks over, so that like our attention is diverted and yada yada yada. So and then we hang out with the girl Talcora, who she overhears this thing between Kayet and Varish, and we try to believe her. We want to believe her. Um, and so that's how we follow her like into the swamp and stuff, and we really find out that yes indeed something is going on with General Kayet. We kill her, and Varish also, and I think the very last thing that happened in the mission was um oh yeah, Varish is behind it or whatever. So hopefully we will not crash. Okay, knock on wood that we won't crash. I don't know what did we crash right at the end of the mission last time, because I don't remember doing anything after the fact. Like I don't remember doing anything after the fact. So we must have crashed right at the end of the mission. I don't really remember how that all happened. Not quite sure, but I think it was something like that. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but anyways, so I think we need to talk to. Is it you? Is it you? Nope, it's not. I need to figure out who I need to talk to after this. After the mission. Is it you? Is there someone that has a quest for me or something? I think. Didn't we get teleported back to Commodon? Wasn't that it? And then. Yeah, we don't want to do that. I think I gotta go talk to him. Isn't that right? No, maybe not. I thought he would have something for us. Um, maybe I need to talk to one of these guys. I probably need to talk to Jarek or something. Remember, Cormier's out of town right now. She's on vacay. No, just kidding. The death of I think this is it right here. The death of General Kayet is very disturbing. I understand there was little choice in the matter, but this will not go over well with the Cornets. Report this to Jarek personally. I don't need to tell you. I don't need to tell you this, but he won't be very understanding of the situation. Hi, Jacob. Welcome. Welcome in. Alright, so let's report this to Jarek, who's hanging out here, to tell him that a Kornan general was killed on Istani soil by military personnel. So that's kind of bad. That's kind of really bad. So, alright. You killed General Kayet? I don't care what she said as she died. Demons or a Corsair Armada, it doesn't matter. A Kornan general was slain on Istani soil by a Sunspear. I won't let this escalate to war on my watch. If it does happen, this will fall on Cormia and her folly. I will take this directly to Elder Sewell. There will be a tribunal to determine the truth of these allegations. You will need to present proof of your claims. If Kayet was working with the Corsairs, you may want to bring this Iron Fist character in to testify. Try talking to that no-good savage Nunbe in Black Tide Den. He's always ratting out various Corsairs to stay off the Istani prison ship. Oh yeah, and then we got a pet as well. We have a pet crocodile. Everyone wanted the crocodile. Everyone was like voting for it. So here he is, Croc. He's hanging out with us. He's only a level 7 for now, but he'll grow much bigger. He'll grow much, much bigger. Alright, so yeah, really bad that this happened. We had a Kornan general was killed on Istani soil by a Sunspear. It's really bad. So please don't arrest me. I'll tell you what I know. Captain Ninbehe and Iron Fist are meeting in the Mittani Keys to discuss the future. Look, I'm in enough trouble as it is. I can't testify to anything, but maybe you'll have better luck capturing a convincing Iron Fist. Okay, so we have to find Iron Fist, because remember, Iron Fist was the guy that we were not impersonating, but he was supposed to be the guy. He was the contact in the Corsairs for the Kornans, and he had underlings that were in the swamp, and we killed the underlings in order to get in on like the meeting and stuff. So and we dressed up as them and yada yada yada. So he is pretty much the guy that where are all the... Okay, there are the henchmen. I'm like, where are the henchmen? Okay, so let's take those two with us and off we go. But yeah, he was the guy that pretty much was the contact person. He wasn't there in person. He was supposed to be, but he wasn't. He sent his lackeys, who we ended up killing, dressing up as, and then that's how we met General Kayet, and we killed her. But now Iron Fist seems to meet up with another of the Corsairs, and they're kind of discussing the future, because I'm sure that they were around when this happened with General Kayet. They probably heard about it, and they're probably trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And maybe even they might even be considering if they want to keep taking money from the Kornans, right? Like they don't want to get... I mean, they want to take over Istan, right? And they want to like all this stuff, but do they want a full-on war with the Sunspears? Like, we'll have to see, because that's kind of an iffy subject, right? If we like kind of talk about that. I mean, it's like, you know, they're Corsairs, so they're almost they're like pirates, right? They're kind of like pirates, and they are facing the military might of the Sunspears now, right? Like, if the Sunspears turn towards them and say, you know what, we're gonna focus all of our efforts towards you guys, because you guys are partially responsible for what happened, that might be bad news for like everyone around. So you know, we don't really want to deal with that. If the game audio is too loud, let me know. It's a little loud for me, so I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I think it's a little bit loud for you guys. I don't know. You guys will have to let me know. If it becomes to the point where I'm like, I have to shout for you guys to hear me, then probably I should turn it. Hey, I'm doing well. How are you? How are you, Emily? How was vacation? Kill them. Alright, right, this will be nice to kind of go back to some weaker areas to kind of level up a little bit more. The goal is, and like I said before, the goal is that before we go, because there's going to come a point where we're going to leave Istan. Before we leave Istan, I would like to be at least close to 20. It might not have to be level 20, but I would like to be close to level 20. Meaning that we're gonna have to do some side quests and stuff. We're gonna do some side questing because a lot of my people are not super high level. We're gonna take a lot of missions in the swamp as well because I want to go into areas that have 8 people, which is Isnur Isles, Mittani Keys, and Latenda Bog. So we're gonna be trying to take as many missions in those areas as we can, just so I can have everyone on my team kind of get some experience and level. So that's the goal. A little louder than you are when you're in battle. Oh, I'll turn it down a little bit. The sound isn't really that important. The music is, but I turned it down. I hope that's better. How was your week? My week was the last 2 weeks have been a complete and utter disaster work-wise. To the point where yesterday, I took the night off and I was kind of deciding if I wanted to stream, but I was like, you know what? Nope. I'm not. I just want to be away from everyone. I just want to sit here and, you know, do my thing. You know, oh, there's one of those shark guys. And just kind of sit here, play video games, not think about anything, just relax. I really needed it. I just needed a day to just, like, sit here and, like, just completely absent-mindedly just play video games. Not think about anything that's going on around me. Not do anything, and it was really good. I had a really good time. I started playing. I've had it on my Steam list. I've owned it for a while now, but I started playing Hogwarts Legacy yesterday, and I'm having a pretty okay time with it. It's pretty good. I mean, the beginning was like really cool because it was very magical, and now it's becoming a little repetitive. But for the first like few hours, ooh. Look at this, guys. We got lucky. We got a vigor rune. Nice. That's a really good find right there. That's a really good find. Oh, let me tell you. I don't know how much I have told you guys with my recent weeks. It's been rough. Because so not on Wednesday, but the Wednesday before that, like the Wednesday last week, that's usually when I start working, right? So I'm gonna kind of sit here and talk about it for a little bit. So for those of you that are not interested in any of my private stuff, you guys can either tune out or you know, if you're watching after the fact, you can like scroll forward on the thing because I want to kind of rant here a little bit now that we brought it up. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to bring it up, but now that it's brought up, I'm like, I kind of want to talk about it. So, so Wednesday last week was my first work day, and of the week, right? And I came in, it was super slow. I didn't make really a lot of money. And so my shift starts at 3:30, and we close at 9 o'clock. So usually by, you know, if it's a slow night, usually by like 9:30, 10 o'clock, I'll be out of there. It depends, right? It depends on like how much I need to stock, how much cleaning there's to do, how late people are staying, yada yada, right? So but usually by like 10 o'clock, I'm out of there, which isn't bad, right? That's like 6.5 hours. That's you know, that's me constantly being on my feet for 6.5 hours. So it can get, you know, exhausting, but it was slow, so it wasn't a big deal. Well, a quarter to not even a quarter. I'm sorry, not even. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was a quarter till. So one of the owners has he had a retirement party that day. Okay, he is a doctor and he had a retirement party, and he decided that well, they were throwing him a surprise. The other owner they were throwing him a surprise party, but they didn't want to do it in our restaurant because they would have had to book the whole thing out because and he knows a lot of people. Like, he's been a vascular surgeon for 40 years in the area. Like, he knows a shit ton of people. So they didn't want to book out the restaurant they wanted to do it somewhere else because they felt like they're going to lose money, right? Which kind of makes sense. I get it, right? So they ended up doing it at another restaurant across the street. Um, Now, that party started at 4 o'clock. It was a surprise party. They had like 100 people there. It was crazy. So they were partying it up. They were drinking. They're huge wine drinkers, so they were drinking wine all night, all the stuff, partying it up. Well, around 8:30, 30 minutes before we close, the manager on duty gets a text message from one of the owners saying that a, a bunch of the people are coming over to our restaurant. Now, mind you, we close in 30 minutes, okay? So I'm like, what the hell? Like, I'm like not okay with that. So they're not coming, they're not coming, they're not coming. 8:45 comes around, and here they show up. Probably, I want to say about, must have been about, well, they were kind of trickling in over the next 15 minutes, but it must have been about 15 people or so that came in. Um, so about 15 people come in, and first thing they do is they open three separate bottles of wine, um, and start drinking, and they're already drunk. I mean, all of these people have been drinking for the last like 5 hours. Okay, so they come in, open three bottles of wine, which some of them were very expensive bottles of wine. I mean, one was a $90 bottle. Then I had a $230 bottle that I opened. I mean, there was like, they weren't like cheap $30 bottles. So they open, they drink the wine, and I'm like, great. I'm like, this is gonna be a late, late night. So like 9:10 comes around, the kitchen closes like promptly. Like if we don't get people coming in late, like they promptly, oh, it's yeah. Oh, just wait. It gets really, really like annoying and stupid. So not so 9 o'clock or 9:15 comes around, and one of the owners, the one that threw the party for the other one, he wants to order dinner for his girlfriend who's coming in. And he asks me. And I say, well, so I'm like, let me check with the kitchen, but the kitchen, I mean, they're done at 9. So, and you know, they asked like, no one else usually we're not allowed to order food after 9 o'clock. Like if it's not a table that had like a reservation or something, like we are not gonna really like just keep the kitchen open because some random people at the bar want to have like a snack. You know what I mean? So I check with the kitchen, and there's one guy in the kitchen. The other two that were in the kitchen that were working all night, I didn't see them. I thought they went home already because it's 9:15 and it wasn't a busy night. So I'm thinking they're done, they're leaving. So I asked the one guy in the kitchen, I'm like, hey, can we still make a dinner? And he says, everything is broken down. And I said, well, I'll take that as a no. So I go to the owner and I say, unfortunately, the kitchen is all broken down, and I'm pretty sure all of like most of the staff left. We can only make desserts because the guy that was in the kitchen was our dessert guy. So I'm like, I think we can only make desserts. So the owner looks at me and goes, uh-huh. So he proceeds to text the manager that was in the back office saying, hey, is the kitchen still here? Can they still make Alicia, his girlfriend, dinner? And she didn't know what was going on. She didn't know the interaction that I had with them, nothing. So she's like, she looks around. I guess I didn't see them, but the kitchen guys were still there. So she asked them, and they're like, yeah, we can make it for him. Okay, so then they ended up making the dinner for him. Um, she comes in, she's completely wasted. She just got her second DUI, okay? And she comes in and she's completely fucking blasted. Okay, they all are drunk, but she's like fucking gone. Okay, she opens a bottle of wine. They're all drinking and drinking and talking and drinking and talking. And at this point, it's turning like 11 o'clock. And I'm standing there and I'm like, what in the hell is happening? I have a bar full of drunk people. Like, this is insane. Okay? So I'm giving one of the owners, I'm giving him lip about it. I'm like, well, you're keeping me 2 hours after my shift here. I said, and I wasn't really joking, but I looked at him and I go, I might just subtract that from my shift tomorrow and just show up 2 hours later for my shift tomorrow. And he said, well, we'll just subtract that from your tips from tomorrow. And I said, well, unfortunately for you, I don't make any money for the first 3 hours that I'm here usually, so you can keep all that money. I don't care. So he realized how shitty it was. So he hands me $40, okay, on top of what he was gonna tip me later, but he hands me $40 and says, for you staying later. And I'm like, cool, thanks. They have you make an exception to accommodate them? Oh, 100%. So one thing that we always say, so both of the owners are doctors, okay, and they have no restaurant experience. And the only reason they opened this restaurant is because they wanted to have a private club. They wanted to have a private club where they can entertain their friends and family for special occasions or hanging out after work or whatever it is. So the idea is that these people, that this is exactly the type of stuff that they want the restaurant for. Right? When they have big parties like that, they just want to hang out for however long. It doesn't matter if I have a life. It doesn't matter that I have a cat that I gotta go home to, that I have to like maybe wake up early in the morning because I have appointments and things that I gotta do. It doesn't matter. No, they don't care. Okay? You're working for them and you need to accommodate them how they want it. Okay? So they want to stay open later, you're gonna be there. And so midnight comes around. And I look at the manager and I look at each other because all these people have been drinking since 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They've been drinking for 8 hours straight. And we're just looking at each other. And I'm literally like, I look at her and I'm like, is this a fever dream? Like, am I in a living nightmare right now? Like, what's happening? Like, this has never happened in 2 years that I've worked here. Like, this is insane. And she's like, I can't believe that we're still here. I can't believe that it's midnight and we're still here. I'm like, on a random Wednesday, And I'm like, oh my God. So finally, so at 11, this was right before we had that conversation at 11:30, I'd been standing at 11:30. I was standing for 8 hours straight with not sitting down at all, running my ass off at this point, right from 9 o'clock on, because there's all these people and I'm constantly having to make drinks. I'm making drinks and I'm making like cocktails and I'm not making like easy, like vodka sodas or something. Like I'm making like mojitos. Like I'm having to take mint and crush it and mix it and do all the fucking things and make all these fancy fucking drinks. Like these are not just like, I want a beer, I want a glass of wine. No, they wanted to have fancy fucking drinks. I'm like, oh my God. So at 11:30, I'm like, I look at my manager. I'm like, can I please sit down for 5 minutes? Can you please? She's like, yeah, of course, sit down. I'm like, I haven't sat since I got here. I need to sit down for like 5 minutes because my feet are literally about to give out. Like, I can't. So I sit down and then midnight comes around and I'm like, oh my God, what the hell? So they slowly realized at midnight that it was time to go. So they slowly all start leaving and I can clean the bar finally. And I'm getting everything done. And by 12:30, I clock out. 12:30. Okay? Not sure how I feel about the $40. I mean, are you kidding me? The $40 is nothing. Okay, that's petty. Like, these are doctors that have been doctors for a long time. Like, how about throwing me $100 and saying, thank you for staying later today? Like, we know you didn't make a lot of money today, but here's an extra $100. I would have been like, you know what? That's kind of nice. Like, I would have been okay with that. $40? That's like fucking okay, whatever. Like, are you kidding me right now? So they finally leave. I ended up making good money because all of those drunk people, they all know me. I know all of them. They all tip me really well. Okay, so mind you, I did make good money, but I didn't get home until 1 a.m. Okay, 4 hours after I should have left there, I arrived at home. Like, it was bad. And so I'm exhausted already. It's my first work day. I'm already exhausted. I have to work all the other days. So then usually Fridays and Saturdays, I have a bartender with me. Well, my coworker is on vacation. So I have to work Friday and Saturday by myself. So last week was murder. I was so tired. I'm like, I have to, because I have to stock everything myself. I have to clean everything myself. I have to do everything myself. And that's a lot. Like, that's a lot when you're doing it over 4 days, especially with the first day being like 3.5 hour long or 3 hours longer than what, you usually work. Like, it was insane. So that week was crazy. And then this week comes around. Okay. And this is not where this ends. Okay, like I said, this week was bad, but on a completely different scale. Like, it's completely different. I literally, I'm like, I don't even know how this is happening. So um Wednesday, so again, my coworker is on vacation. So we have a new girl that's starting, which is interesting that she's starting because we don't actually, she's a bartender, but we don't actually have bar shifts for her. So she's starting as a bartender, even though we don't have any bar shifts. Well, lucky for her, my coworker is on vacation right now. So there's bar shifts available. So she's working Monday and Tuesday, which I don't work. She's working for my coworker. So she had done a couple of days of training. She was instructed on everything that needed to be done. Um, so I walk in on Wednesday, and it's a fucking shit show. I walk in on Wednesday, and nothing is stocked, nothing is cut, no fruit is cut, no backups of anything. I have nothing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into like prepping a bar and stuff. Nothing is done. So I'm like, oh my god. On top of that, so in our restaurant, every glass that isn't a water glass gets washed by us. That's considered bar glasses. Okay, so all the bar glasses come to us. Okay, so every drink that we make, every wine that goes out, everything, and it's a place where people drink. Okay, so um, when we have a busy day, okay, there is a lot of drinks that we make. So come to find out that so to kind of keep that going, so the idea is in our restaurant that we have to polish so we have a dishwasher, we have an actual dishwasher that you load up with dishes, you turn it on, it takes about 3 to 4 minutes or something for the cycle, something like that. And then you take them out and we polish them. We polish all the glasses because they get water spots on them, and we're trying to be a little bit like higher end, so we have a lot of that stuff going on. So we have to polish every single glass, which can be a lot. Like sometimes, I mean, when we get like a lot of people in the restaurant, we get a lot of like drinks and stuff. Like on a busy night when we have like 100 people coming into the restaurant, I polish probably 300 to 400 glasses a night. Like that's probably how much I polish in a given night if we're busy. Um, so I come in to nothing being done. There's 2 loads of dishes that weren't done. They're just sitting there from the night before because I asked the lunch service. I said, "Did you guys?" Because we come in at 3:30, which means we have lunch before, and we don't have a lunch bartender. So that means that some of the glass, like if we have any alcoholic beverages or anything, the glasses we're usually stuck with when we come in at 3:30. Well, I asked them, I'm like, "Were you guys busy for lunch? Because I have 2 loads of dishes here." No, that's all from last night. Mind you, the new girl was working the night before. So I look at the manager and I say, excuse me, why weren't the dishes done last night? Well, I told her to do the dishes. I said, well, there's 2 loads of dishes that weren't, like, of glasses that weren't done. 2 racks of glasses weren't done. I said that I'm stuck with now, on top of not having any backups. So I have to cut every single fruit. I have to stuff olives. I have to do all of these things, on top of doing 2 racks of glasses from the night before. Well, it turns out it wasn't just 2 racks of glasses because she hadn't polished any of them that she washed. And they looked horrendous. They looked to the point where I'm like, I can't serve wine in this glass. It has water spots all over it. That looks horrible. So the 2 loads of glasses ended up being 4 loads of glasses. So setting up the bar, I came in at 3:30. I was done at 7 o'clock with setting up the bar. That is including cutting all the fruit, stuffing olives, doing like wiping things down that needed to be wiped down, putting things away that needed to be put away. Washing the glasses, washing all. And up to that point, I haven't had a single customer, so I've made no money. Actually, that's a lie. I made $4. I had 2 ladies that came. They each had a glass of wine, and they gave me $2 each. So I've been there at this point for 3.5 hours. I've worked my ass off trying to set up the bar, clean all this extra stuff, do all this extra, do everything, and I've made $4 so far. So then the owner looks at me and he goes, "Oh yeah, the new girl was working, and she said that every glass she touched was sticky." I said, "Excuse me, on Saturday before I left, I took an extra hour. It was already a murder week that week. Remember, right? We just talked about it. So I already took an extra hour that night that I stayed longer to clean everything at the bar and make sure that everything was stocked and everything was nice and neat for her to come in on Monday and be okay with all of, because we're closed Sundays, so she would come in on Monday." And I said, I clean everything and I polish every glass that comes in ever. Like, I'm very meticulous when it comes to those things. I said, she tells you that all the glasses are sticky, and then she washes them without polishing them, and they look like fucking shit just for me to have to rewash all of them. So I'm pissed. I'm walking into this after the last week that I had, right? So we're closed for 4th of July, okay? They decided that last year they didn't make any money. They said, "We're just going to be closed." I said, "Good. I'll get an extra day off," which is good because I clearly need it after the week that I had. So the doctors, they usually order something from me, and they will tip me. Okay, they tip me usually pretty appropriate. Not like they're ordering a lot of things. They, whatever. He had a couple of drinks. The one doc had a couple of drinks, and he ended up leaving me $10. Okay, so I usually cash them out like 10 minutes till 9, something like that, because we're closed at 9, and they usually are ready to go by 9 o'clock. They don't really want to stay after close. They just like hanging out. So he was like, okay, so I give him his check. He pays out. And since I haven't had anything, I've made, at this point, it is now 9 o'clock. I have made $14, and I have worked my ass off. I'm literally drenched in sweat and made $14 since 3:30 being there. So I said, you know what? I'm going to close out and leave because there's nothing, I'm done with everything. I've been cleaning for the last hour. I've cleaned everything that I need to clean at the bar. Everything is done because I haven't had any bar guests, so I was able to do all that. And I asked my manager, I said, "Is it okay if I finish out my drawer and it's 9 o'clock? I would like to leave." And she says, "Yeah, that's fine." Well, come to find out that one of the doctors, the nurses, one of the nurses with a friend of hers wants to come in and eat and drink at the bar. Like, eat dessert and drink at the bar. So she rushes in at 5 minutes after 9, wanting to have dessert from me. And I looked at her and I go, "I'm sorry, my drawer is done. I cannot do that." I said, "I can bring over a server. The closing server is still here. He can ring that up for you and you can have that." I said, "I'm going home." She's like, "Oh, okay." So I sent the server over. He didn't have an issue with it. He was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do it." I said, "I'm going home." I said, "I made $14 tonight." I'm like, "I'm sure you made a lot more money than I have." I'm like, "I'm going home. I would like to go home now. I would like to enjoy my 4th of July. So one of the owners, speaking of 4th of July, comes up to me and he goes, "What are you doing for 4th of July?" I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, what, are you doing anything?" I said, "No, I'm going to be home alone. I'm going to be playing video games. I'm going to be hanging out and doing nothing." "Oh, so you have no plans?" "No, those are my plans. That's what I'm going to be doing." I'm like, I don't really celebrate any of this. I ended up streaming with you guys, so, I did my test stream, but nonetheless. So the owners got pissed that I was leaving. they were not okay with it because their new thing now is that we don't close at 9 o'clock. We close when the last customer leaves, is their new thing. So I'm supposed to be okay with just hanging out and just spending this free time that apparently grows on fucking trees to sit there and be their servant and serve them and be happy and smile and be in a good mood when I have to stay longer there. I I overheard them talking. They were that before I like as I clocked out, I overheard one of the owners saying, "Well, that doesn't sit right with me." And they were like kind of whispering so that I wouldn't hear them. But he was like so pissed off that I like he was so stern in his voice that I could hear him. And I just kind of looked over and I was like, I don't care. I grabbed my stuff and I left because I had talked to the manager and she agreed with me that I had only made $14 and that I can go. So that was and then Friday and Saturday ended up being normal days. Or actually, I'm sorry. So Friday was a normal day for me. I ended up working by myself Friday night, and that was perfectly fine. And ended up being a normal night, normal Friday night. And then Saturday, I took off. I was like, we do not have enough people coming in. We didn't have enough reservations. I said, let the new girl work. I don't care. I don't. And my manager was like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. I said, I need a break from this place. Like, I just need a day that I can tune out everything and everyone and just focus on something completely different and just kind of get my mind off of everything. Like, yesterday was like much needed. Like, I didn't do anything yesterday. I was literally home all day. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't do anything. I didn't even go to the gas station. I didn't like nothing. Like, I didn't even go outside 5 minutes to like enjoy the fresh air. I was inside all day long and I was perfectly fine with it. So, you need to stick to a close time. Well, see, that's the problem. Um, they don't want that. Like they don't they want to officially change our closing time to when the last customer leaves. Like they literally want to put this on like the website. They want to put this on the like front of the door, like all this stuff. Like they want to be like we don't have a closing time. They do not want to have an official closing time. They want to close when I'm like you can't do that to people. Like what you want me to just sit here and wait until like if one random guy walks in and he sits at the bar and he has like a beer, you want me to sit there for an hour and chat with this guy and be in a good mood and have everything ready to go for him because he might have another beer after that? Like that's stupid. That's a waste of money for you and it's a waste of money a waste of time for me. Like that's really dumb. So, I don't know. I literally had a miserable last 2 weeks. Yesterday was much needed. I'm in a much better mood. Like yesterday, I was so just, I really just needed to be away. Like I needed to be, I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to deal with anyone. I wanted nothing to do with nothing. And I just enjoyed my night. And literally, I needed it. I really, really stays until 10 but someone else comes in at 9:45. Yeah, oh yeah, they would as long as they have the idea is as long as they still have people walking in, they want to stay open as long as because it's their private club. So if they have someone coming in, it's a small town, they usually know them, right? So the idea is that these are doctors, local doctors in a small town, so they usually know anyone that comes in late. So that means that, oh hey, if my friend Frank decides to come over at 9 o'clock and then invite his friend who we also know, James, to come to the bar as well at 9:45 so that we can all stay there until 11 o'clock. Awesome. We love it. We want that. Someone explain that to me. I mean, we legally can't, as far as or is that just on the weekends or something? I think there's a thing where we legally have to close at 2 a.m. So 2 a.m. would be the very latest that we would have to close. But like, I don't want to work until 2 a.m. for 15 fucking dollars. Like for me, it's the money part. It's a job, okay? I don't get paid a lot hourly. So if I'm staying, like and bartenders in the area, they don't, we don't make that, but they can make up to like $40 an hour. Okay, like like bartenders in the area, they make up to $40 an hour. Okay, because they might like, I mean, you know, bars around here, they get busy, they have people, they like knock out all these things, whatever. My bar isn't like that, so I don't make close to that money, but but the idea still is that if I'm staying an extra 2, 3, 4 hours and you're only giving me like $20, like I'm gonna need more than that, because that's not like that, you know, divided across, so like that's not enough. Like if I don't have a complete full bar with people ordering like hundreds of dollars of wine and eating a bunch of food, it's not worth it for me. But we don't have, the kitchen closes after 9 o'clock. Like the kitchen is allowed to just say at 9 o'clock they're done. I'm not allowed to say that. The kitchen is allowed to say at 9 o'clock they're done. I'm not allowed to say that. When I say that I'm done at 9 o'clock, I get bitched at. If the kitchen says it, they're okay. How does that make sense? I don't know. I don't know. So I had a horrible last 2 weeks, and it is what it is. You know, it's life. I mean, I don't want to sit here and say, oh, woe was me. It's like such is life. You know, I could have it worse. I have a job, and you know, I can afford my bills, and you know, barely, but I can afford my bills. So, you know, it is what it is, kind of thing. So there's not much I can do. You know, I've been looking for another job. Unfortunately, they're in short supply around here. People are leveling up. I'm noticing that I see a lot of level up things happening, which is good. So I'm gonna have to distribute some points. Yeah, right there. Look at that. Boom. Done. Boom. Done. Alani. Boom. Scythe Mastery. Boom. Oh, look at all these people getting so powerful. Here, take that. Take all of these. Awesome. We're even more powerful than we were before. We started this one battle. This guy got nothing on us. Get him! Dead. I mean, I appreciate it. It's, you know, it is what it is. I mean, there's not much I can do. You know, I'm gonna try to make more videos. You know, the last video, the last, dual classing video that I did was really, really good. It did really well for me. You know, and people seem to have really liked it. So, you know, not like I'm making $1 billion off of it, like not even close to that, right? But in the end, I hope that'll help me out a little bit, so that, like, you know, I maybe can take a day or so every so often off of my job, maybe saying like, hey, I just got paid out by YouTube, you know, like in 3 months I got my second payout or whatever, right? And I can say like, ooh, I can take a day or something, you know. It's just I'm just trying to find something. Like, obviously I don't think I'll ever blow up to the point where I can become a full-time like content creator, streamer, or anything like that. I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm not one of those people. I'm not unrealistic. It's not about negativity. It's not about negativity. It's not about any of those things. It's just about being a realist, and I gotta be realistic about the expectations that I have out of life. And it's just not realistic to say that that is going to happen. Not that that can't happen, but I can't expect it to happen either, right? So I have to be a little realistic with those things. But, you know, hey, if I can make a little bit of money with YouTube because you guys enjoy my content and have a good time hanging out with me, then I appreciate that, and I love that, and I love you guys for that. And then that will enable me to maybe do more for you guys, right? Like that one extra day that I can take off of work, I might be able to sit down and stream some more, or make another video, or whatever it is, right? Work on some more. I started writing a script for the next dual classing video. Not a lot, just a little bit. But it's a lot of like, I gotta think of like ways to, you know, pretty much get my points across and stuff like that. So you know, so that's kind of the idea here. And I also have a couple, like, cross your fingers, guys. I do have something else in the works that would help me, like, in my private life a little bit, that I'm gonna tackle on probably Tuesday. I'm gonna try to see if I can make that, and that would alleviate some of the problems in my private life, and that would be very nice. So hopefully we can make that happen. Anyways, let's get back to the game. Enough about depressing stuff and life. We don't want to talk about that. We don't talk about that. So there's Iron Fist, guys. There's Iron Fist, and we have to take him captive. He is a Corsair after all. Oh my god, my pet died. No, my pet has died. The cook is the cook. Who's the healer here? Do they have a healer? Someone revived someone here. I don't know how that happened, but oh, I still haven't exchanged my charm because we keep crashing. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right, so let's take him. All right, so we don't quite kill him. We should, because you killed my crocodile. Such noble sun spears. I've raided your villages since I could carry a weapon. I would trust me as far as you can throw that spear. You know what? I can throw that spear very far, so I don't know what you're talking about. All right. So he says, so the noble sun spears need my help. What an interesting turn of events. I guess my life is worth a few words. Assuming Elder Sewell doesn't send me off to a prison ship when all is said and done, I'll come peacefully and testify during your little tribunal. But only if the sun spears grant me amnesty. It seems we have a deal then. All right, so here's our first witness. Okay. We have a witness now. I need to look up because so the tribunal is an actual like you have to answer in certain ways on the tribunal, and there is a certain way that you want to answer to get like the maximum points out of it, and I'm gonna have to look that up because I'm not quite sure. Okay, so I have it pulled up here. So I'm going to be able to... And I would also, like, one thing I would like to do is, I want to try to do, depending on how everything goes for me in the next couple of months before Jantia Wilds comes out, but I want to do some giveaways, maybe during that time. Ooh, someone is a lore master over here. Ooh, we got competition. Just kidding. I'm a lore keeper. I'm not a lore master. There's a difference. What's the difference? You decide. But yeah, I want to do some giveaways. So I don't know if you guys have some ideas for giveaways, because I don't necessarily. I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to do some like in-game items, but I also because I know there's been a couple of times that and I might well, bit on my lip. I might just I might just do a giveaway because I want to kind of give away Janthia Wilds. And I might want to do that before Janthia Wilds comes out, or maybe I don't know if I should do that before Janthia Wilds comes out or after. I feel like before would make more sense, maybe. But I kind of want to do that as a giveaway because I know that like every time I do giveaways, I always get some people in there that are like, oh, why aren't you doing a giveaway of the expansion? Or I would like to, I haven't been able to get the expansion, and they kind of look for those. Like a lot of people that are looking for giveaways are looking for those kinds of giveaways. So I kind of want to do that, but I'm thinking about like how I should do that. Because I could do it through the community tab. Where I could have like, you know, comment on this post in order to be entered into the drawing, and then I can do the drawing at like one of my live streams or something, and then like kind of decide that way. I was thinking about that, or I could have like simply do it during the stream. Like I don't know. So if you guys are interested in seeing any of that stuff, let me know. Let me know what you guys feel about all of that. Anywho. let's continue this whole thing. But yeah, giveaways. I want to do more of those. I want to do like gem giveaways as well. All right, so let's tell Jarek that we have a witness. So you found Iron Fist, did you? That should at least help keep you from embarrassing Elder Soul. Seems Morgan himself will appear to answer for Varish. Judging by the atmosphere in the consulate, provincial relations have gotten extremely tense, and there's still no sign of Cormier. How very typical of her. Remain closed. The tribunal will begin soon. All right, General Morgan has arrived from Corna. So they have already left now at this point. All of the, pretty much General Morgan has already left. Varish has left, but Kayet stayed behind and she was killed. So now General Morgan has to come back from Corna. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how people. I don't know what people would enjoy. Would people like to do the community thing and not have to be involved with the live streams? Because I feel like a lot of people, like the problem that I have with doing giveaways on stream is that a lot of people are just there for the giveaways. So I feel like it's almost like you're like I'm not one of those people. Here's the thing. I want to grow the channel, but the idea of doing these people running around the whole time is really annoying. The idea of just doing giveaways to get more people to get more viewers is really shitty to me. Like I don't like that idea because that's fake numbers, and I feel like I'm just like I feel like I don't know. I'm kind of faking it. Like, it's like, remember End of Dragons? When I did End of Dragons and I was streaming, I got like so many viewers and like none of them stuck around for after End of Dragons. Like there were so many people that I had in these streams, but they were all there for just the giveaways. And then after the giveaways were done, I've never seen those people ever again. So it's kind of like, ugh, do I really want to bloat my streams with people that don't care about my content? They're just there to get this, like, have a chance to win the stuff. Like that's, you know what I mean? I know that other streamers are like all about that and that's kind of how they grow their channel, but I would like to grow my channel in a natural way, in a way that like actually makes sense, where people are watching because they care about my content rather than sitting there and just hanging out because they want to have a giveaway. You know what I mean? So and I did stream for a long time because I wanted to get the numbers, right? The whole idea was that at the time I wasn't a YouTube partner, and I needed view time on my YouTube, and I needed to get viewerships and like subscribers and stuff like that. So it was a lot of that stuff, but I think like the giveaways I just kind of want to do because I appreciate the community and I want to show you guys that like I'm serious about the whole streaming thing and that I want to give back to the community and stuff. And kind of have a little bit of that, right? Where like, I can get people to come in and because of the giveaways and stuff like that. But I also would like to do I like I said, but I also want to grow the channel naturally. So what I'm thinking I want to do is I want to do and we'll have to see. I'll keep you guys kind of posted. My idea right now is that I want to do a giveaway of like, like a couple weeks before Janthia Wilds comes out. Like let's say, because it comes out like what, August 20th. So I'm thinking like August 1st until like the August like 18th or whatever, like whatever that Sunday would be. It would be the it would be the 18th. So from the 1st to the 18th of August, kind of have like the Janthia Wilds thing going, which could be separate. It doesn't have to be a stream thing. So I could do like a community post about, hey, you guys, I want to give away a Janthia Wilds, and I wouldn't do it on Twitter because I hate using Twitter for stuff like that. So I'd just do the community page and be like, hey, comment on this post if you want to be entered into the giveaway. And then I can like update you guys on it and be like update to the last post and be like, this and this person won on the 18th. I can do the drawing. I could even do the drawing on stream so people can see it or be there for it or whatever. And do that. And then for the 2 days that I'm streaming, maybe do just gem giveaways, because I'm sure they're gonna add something in the gem store. Those days, probably like the Warclaw skins and whatever else, like spear skins and stuff, and do like 800 800 gems, 800 gem giveaways on both of those days, depending on how many people watch, right? Like if I get a ton of people watching, like I might do multiple of those, but the idea is of just doing like one each day for now, just to kind of see where we're at, kind of thing. So that's kind of where my idea is. That's kind of what I'm thinking, just so we can keep the people that want to get the game, that I can be like straightforward and be like, or the expansion or whatever, they're just there for that giveaway or whatever, they can be there for that. And then I think the 800 gems is not super interesting to people like that are not interested maybe in my content. Like they might be like, oh well, that's, I don't want to watch that or whatever. I don't know, that's kind of my idea. Anyways, so that's kind of what I was thinking. We'll have to see. I'll kind of keep an eye out and see if I will be able to do them. But I want to do more giveaways. I would love to do more giveaways because I like, especially lately, like there's been so much positive like just feedback, and like people like, I don't know, there's just been a lot of like awesome reception for my content, and people like hanging out and talking, and you know, I just want to kind of show appreciation by doing that. So anywho, enough of that. General Morgan has arrived from Korna. Let me tell you how the tribunal will go. You will stand alone before 22 individuals, 11 from Korna and 11 from Istan. They will ask you a series of questions and allow you to call which is kind of weird, right? I feel like they should have 21 people. They should have like 10 from Korna, 10 from Istan, and then one person that's maybe from like somewhere else, from Vabi or something, that like doesn't have like a stake in it, that can be like, because of what if all the Istani people are voting for me or whatever, right? They're like siding with me, and then all the Korna people side with like Morgan, right? Stalemate, like what ends up happening at that point if it's like that, right? It's like you gotta sway, you gotta somehow have like a swing vote kind of thing. I don't know, it's kind of weird. So anyways, not that I know anything about I know nothing about politics, so I'm not very good with that kind of stuff. They will ask you a series of questions and allow you to call people to present statements on your behalf. During the testimony, the tribunal members will be able to cast votes to resolve the truth of the matter. Once you're ready, we'll head there immediately. All right, let's do it. The tribunal. We're here. We're all by ourselves. We have none of our, well, we have our friend, our pet is here with us. But so as you guys can see right now, I don't know if you guys can see that. I guess you can kind of see that right there through the text. But there is a bar. So Sunspear, Korna, we're blue, they're red. And there's General Morgan, Elder Zool, and then there is all the individuals from Korna that he brought, and then all the noble Istani noble. We have Milani, Donkoro, Kos, and Iron Fist. Okay, so I have the list up. So we're gonna do it as best as we can. Just so you guys know, you can't get I don't think you can get a perfect score on this. Okay, so and this is also timed. You actually have like a certain amount of time to answer some of these questions. So if I have to skip through this question, we will revisit. I have the text all pulled up over here so we can like look at it and we can kind of discuss it. All right, so let's get in there. So it says, we're gathered here to answer allegations brought against the Kornan government, is what Elder Zool says. There have been claims of inciting aggressive Corsair activity against Istan and of summoning forbidden evils. You will represent your order, the Sunspears. General Morgan will represent Korna. As the accuser, you will be asked questions and may call individuals to make statements. As representative of the defending party, General Morgan will have the ability to respond in kind. And Morgan says, "Thank you, Elder Zool. It is Korna's position that General Kayet was acting independent of War Marshal Varish," which we already know. We've seen the cutscenes, we've seen the discussions. That is false. But obviously, this is like a whole political thing, and we don't even know. Morgan might not be the wiser, right? Because remember, Kayet called him an old fool, old loyal fool. So he might just be like, oh, Kayet would never, or Varish would never let that happen, right? He might have still that belief system, and that's probably why Varish is so confident in just sending him so that she doesn't have to defend herself because she doesn't care. So he says, independent of War Marshal Varish and the government of Korna, the unfortunate events that occurred were merely a coincidence stemming from current Sunspear activity under the leadership of Cormier. Okay, so General Morgan is deflecting this whole thing onto the Sunspears, saying that all of this happened because of Cormier's leadership, pretty much. All right, so let's call our first witness here, and we have an option. We have Talcora isn't even here. She isn't even in the courtroom, in the consulate with us. But our first witness is going to be Doncoro. So we're going to call Doncoro to the stand, and he will make a statement for us. Those from Istan know me. Those from Korna know of my work. He's well known. Remember, he's a strategist, a big one. I cannot count on the Kornan villages or the Istani fishing fleets I have personally protected. I cannot count. Protected against the corsairs and monsters over the years. I don't say this to brag. I say it because in all my years of fighting darkness, I've never experienced more evil than what Kayet, and by association, Varish released at Ferner. If you stand by and let Varish continue, we will have more to face than merely corsairs and rabid plans. Okay, so his word is very heavy, right? Doncoro is known across the lands as this huge strategist that he's known, right? So his word carries weight. So that, that's, I mean, his statement saying that nope, there was stuff going on that's should sway a lot of their minds. We kind of got a little bit of a blue bar here, and then we have to talk to General Morgan. Your first claim is that Varish and Kayet are responsible for what happened at the first city Ferner. What exactly was the Sunspear's involvement? So here's something that's very interesting, because there's missing information that we are missing as the player, as the Sunspear in the game, right? There's information that we as the player actually have, but our character does not know that. So all we know about Ferner is that we were the third group to go in. Remember, the first group that went in was the excavators that Cormier had, like, she convinced Elder Sewell to let Cormier excavate the first city, right? So that was the first group. They ended up dead, and after all of the weird signs, the purple signs and stuff popped out, a group of Cornan excavators ran through the whole thing and just bolted it, made for the thing, and then we come in as the third group, as the Sunspears, kind of trying to clean up, trying to see what's happening, kind of seal off what's going on, which we couldn't, like, really do. The undead ended up swarming, but nonetheless. So, but just so you guys know, there's, like, still stuff that we're kind of missing. What exactly was the Sunspear's involvement? So, we have the answers are: the first city of Ferner was the home of the original Sunspears back in dynastic times. Cormier ordered to excavate it. Okay, we responded to the evil that was released. Without us, the Apocrypha would have killed hundreds. Or we arrived and found many of our diggers decimated and consumed with darkness. So the correct answer here is, I think I used to always answer the first one, because I feel like that kind of was the whole reason. But the correct one is the second one, which is kind of like, we took care of the Apocrypha and we saved hundreds of people by doing that. Okay. So he says, I thought this is timed, but apparently it's not. So Morgan says, as much as you would like to claim heroics, there's no proof that your leader Cormier... Wait. Morgan says, as much as you would like to claim heroics, there is proof that your leader Cormier is responsible for the excavation of this area. It was cursed and off limits for a reason, yet in her hubris, Cormier felt the need to investigate something better left alone. He isn't wrong, right? Like, he isn't necessarily wrong, because... what was the reason for Cormier wanting it excavated, right? We still don't really know that. So it's kind of like, yeah, actually, he isn't necessarily wrong about that. So let's talk to Elder Sewell. Okay, so we swayed them a little bit. I'm just trying to read this. Okay. Yeah, so we're just doing this. So just so you guys know, this tribunal has no effect on anything. Okay, even if we answer everything incorrectly, um, the outcome would be exactly the same, and you guys will see exactly kind of why that is at the very end of this. So our next witness is Iron Fist. So let's call Iron Fist to the front, right? Because he was the Corsair that was in cahoots with Varish and Kayet specifically. And he can testify. And you know, that's what we brought him. So testify. He says, "It's nice to see you again, Elder Sewell, especially since this time I am not under arrest. As long as I get to walk out of here free and clear afterwards, I'm willing to tell you what you want to know." So, we had been receiving corn and coin from an anonymous corn and source for quite some time. Okay. It was really helping with morale, if you know what I mean. And our forces had grown steadily because of it. So clearly a lot of money. It wasn't just a little bit of amount of money. There was a lot of money that was being sent. I was supposed to meet with the source, apparently Kayet. Boy, good thing I sent someone in my place. That could have been my body left to rot in the crypts. So the idea was that that he was supposed to finally meet the anonymous source that was sending him coin. But clearly, you know, helping morale and having them grow their forces must be a significant amount of money that you know, Kayet, I guess, shipped from Korna to Istan, or to wherever, you know, to the, well, we know that the Corsairs actually hail from the Barbarous Coast over here. But yeah, so that must be a lot of money that was put there. So please explain the Sunspear involvement with Corsairs in regards to these events surrounding Kayet's death. So the answer here, okay. So we stopped the next Corsair invasion of Istan. A Corsair armada was being funded by Korna. Sunspears killed Corsairs. We didn't do anything out of the ordinary. So my instinct would be to do the second one, because clearly there's a statement saying that, but apparently the correct answer is the first one. So saying we stopped the next Corsair invasion. I mean, I guess what's the Sunspear involvement? He's not asking about what the Cornan involvement is. What's the Sunspear involvement, right? And we just stopped the next invasion of Istan, which was early on during the story. You guys remember? So Morgan says, this information you obtained was through less than legal contact with direct enemies of Istan. In fact, Iron Fist is here today due to an Istani bribe. The very fact you have dealings with these cutthroats throws doubt on all of your statements. I guess that's kind of right as well. Okay, so he's kind of saying, well, you guys are, like, we're still kind of winning here, this argument, but he's still putting, it's a good point, right? It's like, well, we're bringing in Corsairs and we're bribing them by telling him that, hey, you won't get arrested if you testify for us, right? It's kind of like, that's a little iffy, right? So, and then the last person that we're gonna call, we can either call Milani or Koss. Okay, nothing against Koss, but Koss is kind of a meathead, so we're gonna just do Milani. Milani is a little smart. Okay, so she's a little bit more cunning, and she seems a little bit more more on the thinky side. So we'll call her. She says, I have seen firsthand the evil Varish has wreaked upon the Ellen and my village of Ronjok. Remember, she's from Korna, so she knows Varish's stuff firsthand. She dams the river and enslaves the centaurs. She would strike at the very gods next. And General Morgan says, Ronjok, were you not exiled from your own village for causing trouble at the waterworks, a project that keeps our crops growing, putting more food on the table for all Korna? You wouldn't expect these wise and noble people to hold Warmash Varish accountable for wanting to see her people fed and nourished rather than starving and dying. No wonder it is no longer your village. You would rather? Is that what he said? you wouldn't expect these white people to hold Varish accountable for wanting to see her people. No, I said that correctly. So he's turning this around by saying that she's not really truly a Corn anymore. She was kicked um, out of her own village because of something she did at the waterworks. And that claim is kind of like false because Varish is kind of providing for her people, and that's kind of bullshit. So yeah. So what is your stance towards Korna? And we get to say we're at peace with Korna. Korna and Istan are kindred provinces. There was peace, and hopefully there will still be peace. So we're at peace with Korna is the answer that we have to do here. Okay. Yet one of Korna's generals is dead on Istani soil. If Kayet hadn't been acting on her own accord after the rest of Varish's entourage had left, this would be grounds for war between our provinces. I see no standing for Istani accusations at this point. Talcora says, I'm back. I heard Cormier was coming back to Kamadan and I went to get her. Is that okay? So Talcora just got here. Cormier's here. And Cormier says, what is going on here? Why are my people being persecuted? And Morgan says, Spear Marshal Cormier, your followers have made some wild and baseless accusations. Quiet, General. I have seen firsthand that these charges against Varish Asa are neither wild nor baseless. She should be standing here in judgment, not my son Spears. Apparently, I have returned just in time, and I've brought allies from Kantha and Tyria. As leader of the Sun Spears, I demand that War Marshal Varish step down and turn herself over for our judgment. She has been trafficking with dark forces. For the good of all Ilona, this must stop. And Morgan says, or else what, Cormier? War? You'll find the War Marshal more than willing to face you in battle. Morgan says, we're done here, Zul. I must return to Gandhara to speak with the War Marshal. I don't know what will come of this, but if you value Istan's future, I strongly advise you to ignore Cormier's wild ravings. So she got pissed. Cormier was angry, okay? Just so you guys know. So we got all the dialogue, so I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, Cormier was mad. She was like, why are my people being persecuted? What the hell is going on in here? Okay, so, but this is as far as you can actually sway the people. Yeah, so this is it. This is as far as you can actually take it. It's kind of deceiving, right? Because you think, oh my god. So even if we answered everything wrong, I think we go to like down here, but you never fully deplete the bar. And the same thing happens because the thing is that the whole tribunal gets interrupted by Cormier arriving anyway, so it doesn't matter what we answer because she's just like, screw everything that's happening in here. We don't need to answer for Varish's acts. We're the Sun Spears, okay? And we do what is right and Varish is wrong. So, blah, kind of thing. So, there you go. That was the tribunal. And, yeah. So, Cormier's back. She brought people from Kantha and Tyria, which now this is where the stories kind of coincide, like kind of merge between the Tyrians. So, if the Tyrians come to Ilona, this is where they would end up, like, at this moment in time. Or from Kantha, right? Like those heroes arriving here in Ilona would start the story with this point where it's like Cormier brings them to fight Varish because all of this stuff is happening as honorary Sun Spears and stuff. But yeah, so everything is kind of tense, right? Like we were trying to keep the peace, but Cormier is kind of like, no, if Varish is not going to step down, this is just going to be war. This is going to be war. So there's Castle and Puba. The clouds of war are gathering, yet if we do not wish to be dominated by the Cornans, so it must be. Come, we have much to attend to. Okay, so we have to make war preparations now. Okay, so what is this? Okay, I think I'm going to do that side quest as well, just to do more. So war is happening. Okay, so pretty much what's happening is that, and I don't know if they're going to explicitly say this, but, and I want to see if Jarek is actually hanging out. But the thing is that, before I do that, oh, I didn't walk through the portal, thank God. I gotta change this. Okay, there we go. But the thing is that, is Jarek still here? Does he have any dialogue? Does this dialogue change now that Cormier is back? I wonder. No. But yeah, so the thing is that, like, Varish is not stepping down. That's kind of, I don't know if they're telling us this. I don't know if this is going to be like in one of those mission dialogues or anything like that. But a war is happening, and we, unfortunately, we tried our best to not make that happen. But Cormier's kind of also in the belief that, you know what, screw that. I don't care. Like, we're going to do what's right. Varish is evil, and she's not going to step down. And if she's not going to step down, then we're going to have to kill her. So, all right. So, we're going to, before we do this, we're going to recruit more people. Because, like I said, we got to kind of get more experience points anyways. Because we're going to be, once we start we're going to be attacking Gandera, just so you guys know. The idea is that this is the big fortress, the moon fortress of Gandera. This is the pretty much the seat of power for Korna. This is where Varish has her headquarters, and we're gonna get ready to now attack Gandera. Okay, but to get ready, we have to kind of bolster our forces and kind of see. We have recruit training, but we also, why don't we get more recruits in the first place? So let's do that. It kind of fits thematically a little in there, right? Good timing. One of our duties as Sunspears is helping bring in new recruits. I have a few good heads among the able-bodied men and women in the villages around the island, and I need someone I can trust to represent the Sunspears in a positive manner. Naturally, I thought of you. Well, maybe not so positive anymore now after all of this stuff, but just so you know, this quest does become available way early on, but anyways, doesn't matter. Naturally, I thought of you. Here are the names of 3 young people in Zelon Reach who would make terrific Sunspears. See if you can enlist them, even if I've even taken the liberty of preparing a travel itinerary for you. Okay? So let's get some people into the Sunspears, and then we can do some training with the Sunspears, and then from that point, we can do other things that we need to do. So, I would like to level up costs. I would like to have Don Coro in the group. And I think I'm going to take Milani with me. I think that's probably going to be the best group right now. It's going to be important to kind of level some of these guys, I think, as we go further in. But yeah, so let's recruit some of these kids into the military service. That was a lot of talking. I was like, I have to take a drink because I was like talking nonstop for like 20 minutes. I mean, I've been talking nonstop the whole time. But... Anywho, I wanted to increase my bitrate. I don't know how the stream is looking. I don't know if the stream is looking good or not. I don't want to make it too high, but I know I always ran it at a little bit higher bitrate, which I always feel like does like a better quality. But I was numerous times I was told online that I shouldn't be doing that. Not to me personally, but you shouldn't do that in a general sense, because people with not so good internet have problems then watching your streams. So stream looks good. Yeah, I just want to make sure. I mean, I want to make sure that it's like high quality and stuff. So yeah, because I can run it at 1080 at 60 frames per second. So yeah, it looks good, right? Yeah, looks good. That's fine. I just want to make sure, just because, you know, we just reset the computer and stuff like that. So all of this stuff, knock on wood, just so you guys know, we're still looking for crashes or anything like that. Streamlabs still kind of gets iffy after a little bit. It's fine for the last few, but it's lagging. It was doing that for a long time, so I don't think that had anything to do with the crashes, but just so you guys know that that's going. Alright, we still have some battle commendations. I don't know if I can do anything interesting with that. Maybe get some equipment for some of my teammates. I don't know. She can probably get a better scythe. You can probably get some equipment. I might look into getting some equipment for some of these people in my group. But the reason why I wanted these 3 to be on my team is because there's going to be certain missions that we're going to come across that are going to require us to have certain people in our group. So it's gonna be one of those things where it's like, oh, you need this and this person in your group. Um, highly salvageable. 6 to 9. We definitely need a better weapon. So we'll have to see what we can find. But we haven't really explored the Zelon Reach. It's actually, I like this area a lot. It's one of the areas that I hope we get to go to at some point in Guild Wars 2. How excited are you guys for Janthia Wilds to come out? I feel like they've been very there's some kind of there's some kind of secrecy going on. So I have this weird theory, and I would have to like sit down and no, that, you know what? It's actually, now that I think about it, it's actually not true. But I feel like whenever ArenaNet is like quiet about something, about certain things, then it's like really like, and whenever it comes out, it's really good. But if they're like very vocal about something, it's not very good. But that's not entirely right, because they were super vocal about Heart of Thorns, and that ended up being like really good. So I don't know, but let's say in recent years, because the idea is like, remember how like for Iceboot Saga, for example, they literally rented out the theater and stuff with like 500 seats, and they had like a whole thing going on stage and stuff like that for it, and that ended up being a total flop, right? But then for Path of Fire, before that, they kind of just did like a 30-minute video of it, and that ended up being like really good with the mounts and stuff. Like, I mean, overall, Path of Fire was pretty good, you know, pretty good expansion. And then again, they were kind of quiet with End of Dragons, and the base release of End of Dragons wasn't bad, but yeah, I don't know. It just kind of feels like that. When they're like not very vocal about things, like they were super vocal about Secrets of the Obscure, and that was like, you know, not so good past the initial release. That kind of flopped. So I don't know if there's like some kind of correlation between the things. Isn't there always secrecy? I mean, there always is secrecy with ArenaNet, and that's one of the things that I absolutely hate, because it's one of the things that they like, I don't know, they don't truly understand, because they will say that they're transparent, but they're not. They're very secret. They're very secret about everything. There's many things that you can find out about, like even just companies in general, that you can find out about, like game developing companies and stuff like that. There's metrics, there's information out there. They don't mind releasing all of that stuff. With ArenaNet, they never tell us these things. Like the behind the scenes stuff and the like what's going on and the like, they never tell us any of this stuff. So I think we'll be coming down here at some point as well. These are like the Istani ships that are hanging out here. This is like a big port, I guess, of like some of the bigger ships. Like a northern port, you know, it's not like a Commodon. I mean, this is probably like fishing village, but look at all these ships that they have here. This is really cool because this structure we actually see in Guild Wars 2 as well. Remember, like right outside of Amnoon, you can see these little boats. They have like one with a bar on it and stuff. These existed in Guild Wars 1, right? So, it's kind of cool to see that. So, anyways, here we are. There's another one right there, and a third one that's smaller right there. But yeah, so it's kind of cool to see this. Gods, this village is boring. Sure, the coursers come around, but toss them a little gold, and they usually leave you alone until they come back. Okay, Sunsphere, me, I don't know. Donnie and I have talked about leaving to join the Sunspheres, but I don't think I'm cut out for it. Not much call for fish tossing in the Sunspheres. I doubt Donnie will be interested either. Not that she'd have any trouble. She usually beats me when we train. Of course, I'm holding back a little so I don't hurt her. Don't look at me like that. It's true. Well, it used to be. I think she's holding back now. It's not my fault. I spend my days unloading fishing boats while she's off chasing iron-toothed drakes. But we're sort of together, and I don't think she'll leave without me. You're welcome to try, though. She's right over there. So that's his girlfriend. They live here, and he's a fisher, and she likes to go beat up drakes. and the idea is that he's not cut out for the Sun Spirits, but she might be, so I don't know. Morik, he's the best. We're destined to be together. Why else would I stick around this village? Morik said that? I've told him 100 times he only uses because he's afraid of hurting me. The big Lummox could be a great fighter if he got some decent training. He's just got no confidence. Honestly, as much as I love him, I was getting ready to join the Sun Spirits just to see if he would follow me. Since you're here, let's get it over with. Go tell Morik I've joined. He needs a good kick in the pants to get his life moving and get out of this little village. I'll grab my things and leave. Tell Morik he'd better make up his mind quick if he wants to go with me. Alright, so... alright. She's leaving? Now? I guess I always expected this, but I really didn't think she'd leave so soon. Well, I can't let her go off on her own. Besides, she's right. We need to get out of this village. I hear stories about all these wondrous places, but all I ever see day in and day out is fish. I don't know if I'm good enough, but I suppose there's only one way to find out. I'll pack and leave my with Donnie in the morning. You say you're looking for someone named Ando as well? Never heard of him. You might look around the swamp huts to the southwest. Okay. So he's never heard of it. So there's a village right there. I guess they're considered part of this village over there. But he says it's pretty much not this village. But it's gonna be a village in the or maybe or I guess this is a village. Well, I guess these are ships on these are houses on boats, like boat houses or whatever. So this is its own little village, I'm guessing. Because we're not going too far over here, so we have a village over there. He's never heard of this Ando person, but so anyways, I feel like anyone has the capability of being a soldier, right? Like the idea of being a soldier is like you can. I feel like obviously there's like innate things, like you can't have a total, dumbass being a soldier or whatever. But I feel like a lot of things that it takes to be a soldier can be taught. So there's this Ando person. So it is a different village. I thought that would be considered their village right here, but this is a different village, and I guess being this far away from each other, they don't know each other. Kind of weird. Anyway. Alright, hello, Mr. Ando. I don't think I can take another day. Alright. So you came to get me out of the swamp? I'd love to explore the world, fight evil, and wear all the shiny bits. But I can't leave my family unprotected. These swamps have all kinds of nasty critters. Most leave us alone, but lately a few have gotten bolder and attack anyone who comes near. The people here can't fight off a mosquito, let alone something with big pointy teeth. Well, I suppose if you could find where these things are coming from and take care of them, then I could let the village fend for itself while I go train. The beasts come from the south mostly. That would be the best place to look. Good luck. I've only fought one or two at a time. They're mean little critters. Alright, so we're gonna have to kind of free the village from the invasion of critters with teeth. Yeah, it's already 7 of 10, but what do I have? Oh, I have nothing on there. I just have a damage thing. See, that might be even better already. I'm gonna use that sphere. Ooh, there's a ring call monitor. I don't see many of those. Ancient remains. There's a side quest here. We're not dealing with all of these. Alright. Look at all these. So this is what he was talking about. He was talking about the Iron Tooth Drake. And they're pretty strong. They're all level 10. So luckily we did this mission like way later. This quest, because they're pretty strong for the area. And I don't know how when we get this quest exactly, but I feel like we wouldn't have been strong. Someone leveled up? Who leveled up? Was it? Oh, my pet leveled up. Yay, my pet leveled up. Alright, so we have taken care of your little problem. But yeah, I don't know what we're gonna get for info. Like, are we gonna get, like Janthia was like, are we gonna get code and stuff? Are they gonna be talking about raids, the new convergence? Like, I like the thing with the new conversions is that the thing is I want them to change it up. But right, I don't want them to be like I want them to kind of feel like a 50-man raid in a way and not just like fight an army of enemies that I already do anyways. Like I want a little bit more interaction with it. So I don't know. I'm hoping for some info on that. We'll see. You got all of them? Wow, you Sun Spears must be more powerful than I thought if you can take on a whole nest of them and survive. Maybe I could do the same with training you've had. After that, I can come back and protect the village from anything. Okay, you got yourself a new recruit. I need to say goodbye to everyone and help them find someone to take my place while I'm gone. And I'll be there as soon as I can. Alright, so we have gotten some new recruits into the Sun Spears. Alright, perfect. So now let's re-enlist Roges. Okay. What a stroke of luck. So we want to do this because Roges is actually going to become an important character. So we kind of want to do that. The Poturi character here has had a quest forever. Let's see. What is so I'm going to drop my sword and fled during the last night's raid. Yeah, I'm trying to like just do quests that are kind of relevant to the story. Okay, we'll deal with that. All right, so sorry. All right, re-enlist Roges. What a stroke of luck. Roges. I just found out where a former Sunspear named Roges has been hiding, or rather, where he retired. Seems he got upset at Cormier during his last mission and disappeared afterward. He's a bit of a unique character, but when it comes to battle, I don't know if we've seen Roges. I think wasn't he there during some of the when we did the undead, when we were fighting the undead, and he was there. Wasn't he part of what's her name? Something with what was her name? Narashi's squad. Like he was part of Narashi's squad, I'm pretty sure. Again, it's been like a couple weeks because God knows we've been having issues, but I think he was part of that. So after that mission, he kind of was just like up and away. He was upset at Cormier, so he kind of left. Go get him. It turns out Roges is on Isnu Isles. Fancies himself an iron reed farmer. Go get him to report for duty. All of our plans depend on his tactical support, and I have a feeling we'll need him soon. So again, this mission kind of pops up before all of this stuff happens. But I think, again, like I said, we need to level up, and we need to kind of prepare for war, so it's good to get some more people to join in on the fun. So we're going to do that. So we're kind of recruiting Roges back in. I guess he got upset for some reason, and he's now an Iron Reed. So that's what they do here. All of these farms that we have, all of the little water that you see around, these are Iron Reed farms. So I don't know Iron Reed. I don't know what that is. I guess that's something they make armor out of or something. God knows what they make out of it. But this is, I guess, these little steak. Remember how I said like crawfish or something? I guess it's Iron Reed that they grow there or something. I'm not quite sure. These look like little nets they would use to like fish for crawfish or something. I don't know, but I guess I was wrong. That's okay. That's a-okay. Yeah. Ooh, it's only 10:23. It's still early, guys. Oh. We need to level anyways, so it's fine. Sunspear, have we leveled up in we're Sunspear Captain? We're gonna be a commander once we reach 1,000 points. We'll be a commander. Won't be nice to be a commander before we continue with our... I think we probably will. I have a feeling we will, because just so you guys know, before we get to Gandhara, we have all of those side quests that we gotta do. And they kind of take us around. I think they take us around the Isle a couple of times. Also, Janthier. Isten is actually multiple isles. Because the southern, this is actually disconnected. This is connected by a bridge. So these Isnor Isles are disconnected. And then this is actually disconnected as well. There's water disconnecting this, right? So you could technically say that this is its own island as well. Technically, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, I've been enjoying Hogwarts Legacy. My gripe with the game so far is like the first few hours were really fun because it's like it felt really nice exploring like Hogwarts and stuff and learning the things. But now it's becoming a little repetitive, where they're like they need you to like in order to learn new spells and stuff, they need you to use new items all the time, and then you use them one time, and then you like just learn a new spell really quick. And it kind of just like, I don't know, it feels kind of weird. It kind of feels like shoehorned in after the fact as you're going through the story. It's kind of weird a little bit. Not that it's bad. Like, I don't think it, in any sense of the word, it's bad. But it just kind of feels like, it's a little like, it's almost like a chore at this point to do things in that game. To like get new spells, I'm like, oh god, I gotta go make this potion. And then use this potion so that I can get this next spell that I want to have or whatever, you know. It's a little iffy. Combat's like kind of hard. Like I'm playing on normal and I'm having like a hard time. Not a normal time, but a hard time. But anyways, it's a good game overall. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more refining on it. In some areas. I mean, I'm not done with it yet, so I don't know how deep that judgment goes, but I don't know. I feel like they needed to refine some of the things. Like they had good ideas, but then they like the ideas didn't last long enough for them to like continue through the whole game. I feel like where it's just kind of like, oh, okay, now you have to like I said, the whole like idea of learning new spells isn't like naturally integrated into the gameplay. It's always like, oh yeah, go fight this evil man or whatever, right? Or go find this ancient whatever. But if you have time, also make sure that you're doing your studies and that you're going to class. And it's like, but I don't want to, but you have to in order to progress through the story because, so it's just kind of like, I mean, it's kind of weird because they put such a heavy focus on the story and then they kind of take you out of the story to just like play stuff that feels like all of the school. The thing is, the school stuff doesn't feel integrated with the story stuff at all in a weird way. Like it's all just like random events that are happening outside of the story. So where like in Guild Wars it's a little bit different because in Guild Wars, like in Guild Wars 2, right, like we go through the world and you still have things that are like relevant. Like while I'm waiting, for example, to level up enough to do all the the pact stuff to kind of like make like create the pact or whatever, I can still encounter like order members around the world. So it still feels like this is a relevant thing that is still happening, kind of. That is still like it kind of feels like the stuff that's happening in the world has to do with the stuff that I'm dealing with, right? Because like I can encounter Risen throughout the maps, and that's what I'm fighting in the story. So it feels like in the story I'm kind of progressing through the world, whereas in this I'm like going through all these secret things that have nothing to do with anything outside of it. So it's like these completely two separate, like the world and the story are like two separate things. I feel like I'm playing like a side story. I'm just going through this treasure. Remember how we found this treasure? It's somewhere out of here. I think it's out there, so I gotta go further through there. That's what I'm kind of doing right now, just so you guys know why I'm walking around so weird. But yeah, so it kind of feels a little disconnected. It's, well, the thing is, I mean, I'm not making it sound great. It is great, you know. I think it's fun. The thing is, like, the graphics are really nice. It's really cool, the character interactions. It's really cool, like, seeing an actual, like, if you're a fan of, like, Harry Potter, And like, you know, I've always like when I was like I grew up with Harry Potter. I never read it, but I watched all the movies and I played all the early games that they had for like PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 and stuff. Um so I've always been kind of like, you know, not like a fan, but like I've been like, you know, kind of following it, and I've watched all the movies numerous times and stuff. Like I've always been kind of, you know, I like this. This is fun. This is cool. Um, so kind of seeing Hogwarts and being able to like actually like explore Hogwarts is really really cool to me. I think it's a super fun thing, and there's a lot of exploration. There's a lot of secrets to find, little puzzles to do. It's just if you're someone that cares about the story, like I said, the story kind of my biggest gripe with it is that the story doesn't feel connected to the rest of the world. Okay, it's like the stuff that is happening outside of the world, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the world. Like the enemies that I'm fighting in the story, I'm not fighting in the overworld, right? Like I'm going around the overworld fighting spiders, but then I'm going around in the story and fighting these bad guys, kind of thing, right? And it feels a little disconnected, right? But it's a fun game to like explore. I mean, I want to kind of, you know, I'm not trying to like spoil it for anyone, but I also want to kind of like play through it to really give it my full judgment, because I feel like I haven't played enough to really give it a judgment yet. But I had a really good time. I mean, yesterday I was like glued to the fucking PC. Because the first, like I said, the first time you go in and you're like, oh my god, I'm in Hogwarts and I can walk around and explore all these things that are like in the movies, and you know, and I can like interact with students, and I'm a student myself, and then there's a whole dress up thing, like you can make your character look like, you know, you can dress your character up. The actual like character creator is a little lackluster, but it is a fun game. I mean, if it's something where you're like, I just want to kind of explore a game, do a little like story or whatever, you know. If you're imagining like the best game ever, it's really not that, right? But I want to say it's pretty good. Like if I were to give it a rating out of 10, I'd probably say it's like a 7, or it's like a 7 probably out of 10, I would say, right now as I play through it. You know, there's also the one thing, and that's not really anything against the game. There's a lot of bugs in the game. I find nothing. You dig around, but I find nothing. Maybe I just did it too recently. Usually you find something, but I find nothing. Okay, whatever. We'll leave. But there's a lot of bugs. Like today, I was playing a little bit and I got a new spell, and I was trying to open my spell menu, and you cannot do it like so. All the other menus, your inventory, your talents, all the stuff, you can open through pressing escape, and then the menu comes up, and I can open it that way. Or they have hotkeys that you can press, right? Which makes sense. But then the one thing that doesn't have, at least I couldn't find it in the escape menu, was the spells menu, and the spells menu is open with T, and it wouldn't open with pressing T. So then I'm like, I tried to reassign the key, and it still wouldn't work. And I'm like, why won't this open? I couldn't open the spell menu, and that's the only menu that I can't open through the like game menu. So I was like really frustrated because I'm like, I can't use the new spell because I can't open the menu to equip the new spell that I just got. There's a little like janky things like that where it's like, okay, that's a little weird, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Just you know, if you're the type of person that wants to explore Hogwarts, and you know, wants to like explore things like Hogsmeade, and like do your little, you know, and just kind of learn more about the world of Harry Potter, and you know, like all that, like the wizarding world, you know, it's definitely a really good game to play. I think there's definitely some value. Like I definitely don't regret purchasing it. So I definitely don't regret it at all. I got like, oh, I can't go this way. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna go over this hill. Nope, you're not. Like, because there's certain games that I purchase where I get like maybe 10 minutes out of it. I'm like, this is boring. This is dumb. But like I said, yesterday, I was glued to my like to my PC. I'm like, I couldn't stop playing. I'm like, man, this is like really good. But it loses a little bit of that as you get on, because it becomes a little bit repetitive. Because there's a lot of things that you know, you like once you explore Hogwarts, you've kind of seen it now, and then it's like now I have to. You can teleport around, but I don't like that. I don't like the idea of constantly teleporting around because then it's like, well, isn't that part of the game too to kind of walk around the school and stuff? So, and then, you know, instead of like walking around the school, you're just watching a loading screen. So I'd rather walk around the school and maybe see another secret or interact with another character or something on the way. And it's, you know, and kind of the scenery. It's a beautiful game. It looks really good, and they did a really good job with the castle. It looks really nice, and there's a lot of really fun interactions that you can do in the game, and little mini games that you can play, and there's a lot to do. I mean, you know, maybe I just consumed too much of it yesterday to I kind of wore out that magic a little soon. Ooh, perfect. A radiant insignia is exactly what I want. I'm gonna need radiant insignia helps with energy. I'm gonna try to get some more energy on this character because I'm gonna be doing nothing. There's nothing to fear. So I'm gonna try to do like a little bit of a supporty type character. I don't know how much damage I'm gonna do. I want to do command. I want to kind of lean into the command thing. So I'll have a couple of spear attacks, and I'll make sure that I have enough points in spears, in spear mastery to wield a good spear as well. But I don't know how much I'm gonna lean into that. Okay, here's Rogus. If you guys don't remember him, here he is. Let's talk to him. Yeah, I used to blow stuff up. So he is an elementalist, just so you know. I don't know. It does say that up there. And apparently, what was the line that he used? Depend on his technical support. So we need him for technical support. And that's not like the IT technical support. That's more the like I can blow stuff up from far away kind of technical, or like bomb. Maybe he's like he used to blow stuff up, so probably he's like a ew. Why is this wet? Why is this bottle wet? Did I like drool all over it earlier? How did water get all over it? So I guess he's like a bombs expert or something like that. Okay, so he says, I used to blow stuff up real good, but after a while, it just got too easy. I figured I'd come out here and do something more challenging, like hiding from people who want me to do stuff for them. Son, what? Spears? Nope, never heard of them. Especially not since Cormier alerted every critter in range and brought them all down on our heads. She's lucky someone, not me of course, but someone was there to save everyone's hide. I swear that woman will be the death of me. If I'd heard of her, which I clearly haven't. He's trying to play dumb. He's talking about every critter in range and brought them all down on our heads. I think he's talking about like the undead that were swarming, I'm thinking maybe, or something. I'm not quite sure. Now, if I had heard of these spear things, I'd imagine they're do-gooders willing to help a poor iron reed farmer. You see, my fields are infested with some kind of reed shark that are destroying my crops. You see how poorly they look? It's not because I don't know what I'm doing, because I do. I'm a farmer after all, not some silly moon stabber. Moon stabber instead of sun spear. Could you get rid of those things that are all eating my crops? I do it myself, but I don't have any combat experience as I'm just a simple farmer. So he's playing all stupid, but he says that if he were to help out, if we can help him out, maybe he'd listen to us. Moon stabber. That makes me want to make a character in Guild Wars 2 called a moon stabber. Like a character named Moonstabber Roaches, and have him be an elementalist that uses a spear. That'd be really funny. Moonstabber. I don't know why I find that so entertaining, but I do. I don't want that. Okay, so we have some mandragore. Mandragore are eating your iron reed, I guess. That's what's happening here. Oh, by the way, someone commented today on my playthrough of um, Crusader of Senti, which was really funny because I haven't thought about that playthrough in a while now, and I love that game. And it's really funny because remember how right after we did that play, or not right after, but like after we did that playthrough, it became available on the Switch Online, the Sega Genesis, the little online Switch Online service thing that they have where you can play Sega's Genesis games. So that's available. So I'm guessing that's probably who that is. Like it's one of those people that probably got that game through that or something. And he was looking. I think he was looking for like help on a mission or something. I kind of gathered he was like kind of pissed off over the cheetah race because if you guys remember in that game, we had to race the cheetah on a little. We were in a little car and we had to go down the little track and we had to like do that. And I won the race, but apparently this guy was having like a really hard time. And apparently you can bribe the cheetah, which I didn't. I don't think I knew this. Like I don't think if I knew this at the time because I didn't use a walkthrough for it. I might have at some points later on might have used a walkthrough. I'm not sure, um, but I'm pretty sure at that point I wasn't using a walkthrough, so I wouldn't have known because he was kind of like I don't know if he was like accusing me or something because he was saying something like you could have let someone know that you can just bribe the cheetah. And I'm like, I didn't know. Like, I didn't know. So I'm like, I don't know, whatever. But it was super cute. So I don't think they meant it in like, it wasn't ill will or anything. I think it was just, I think he was saying about the game. Like, it would have been nice if the game let you know that you can do that. Because he ended up, I guess, talking to the cheetah at some point, and cheetah was like, yeah, if you give me like, however much money, then you can just skip the race. So I guess I knew this, or maybe I didn't, and I'm sorry if I didn't. But yeah, but I thought it was really cute. I'm like, oh my god, someone's going back and watching um, that old playthrough, which is super fun. One of my just childhood games. I have such fond memories of it. The music is so good, and I can't. No one there's no there's one song that they have on Spotify that someone had uploaded, but I can't find like no one else has uploaded any of the music on there. So I mean, I probably could do it myself, but whatever. All right. So he says, you got them all, did you? Well, I don't really know if it will help my fields or not, since I really don't know much about ironweed farming. I confess, I'm the sunspear you're looking for. Oh, no shit, genius. Sorry to mislead you, but I had to make sure I wouldn't get sent out with a bunch of green recruits who faint at the first sight of blood. So maybe we didn't meet him? I feel like we did meet Roges. I thought he was part of Narashi's group, but nonetheless, maybe he doesn't know that we're Sunspears and whatever. He was playing coy and stupid and whatever. Anyways, it doesn't matter. You handled yourself pretty well out there. Not as good as I would have, but respectable nonetheless. If the rest of the new recruits are as well trained as you, I guess I can come out of retirement and see what Castellan Puba wants. He just better not order me to patrol with Cormier again, or I might decide to try my hand at basket weaving. Alright, so he's not very fond of Cormier because she seems to give him weird assignments and he's not okay with that. I'm gonna have to sell some of these um items. Where's the chest? It's over there. Alright, so we have so we've recruited 3 Sunspears, so new recruits, and then we brought someone back from retirement. Oh, we do have to do, I think we're gonna do that at some point. Deposit those. Oh, tower shield. That might be, I don't know. Well, let's see. Is that good? Oh no, reduced disease duration. I mean, that's not bad, but um, um I just want to make sure that I'm not selling. Okay, I didn't need any of that. But let's go real quick before we do anything else. I want to make sure that we get these trash runner skip in danger. That we get our weapons customized, which adds 20% damage. I want to make sure that we can do. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, you know what? We're just sorry, guys. I totally just thought of it. Let's talk to the quartermaster and see what she has. So she has runes of holding, which I don't need. Is there another quartermaster? Anyone? Hello? Oh, right there. What do you have? Weapons? No. Does no one here have weapons? Wait a minute. Isn't there usually a... Could be crazy, but... I thought there's usually... a, like, quartermaster... Let me just look this up. Battle commendations? Hi, Mish King. Welcome. Welcome in. You missed everything. I'm just kidding. You missed nothing at all. Okay. Oh, you can't get weapons. Oh, that's so dumb. I cannot get weapons with that. Alright, well, you know what I'm gonna do with it then? I'm not even gonna get any of those, because that's stupid. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna get Scrolls of Adventuring. Because whether or not I use them... I think that was from him. Because I don't want to get these Stani keys or anything, but... Because none of these are good. Like, Istani keys, I get crap out of it. Identification kits, I mean, I really don't want the little... I mean, I might want to take us out. But this isn't even an expert one. I want an expert one. So it's not even good. We're gonna get all of those. So this gives me 50% more from combat for 10 minutes. That's kind of nice. We'll be able to use that. Alright, so let's check in with the Castellan. Road just sent word he would be arriving shortly. It sounds like his experiment with Irene farming didn't go too well. I guess that's not too surprising. He was always better at blowing stuff up. It'll be great to have this expertise around again. Good work. Alright, and we've leveled up. Yay. Has anyone else leveled up? No, I don't think they get experience from that. So we'll just level up. Alright, so that's pretty much all we got here. Let's train with the recruits. I hope you have a strong stomach. Donkoro and Kaz have been prepping battle plans. The current assessment is that we don't have enough support ships to stage a successful assault. That is to say, once we arrive at our destination, we might not get back. Cormier is waiting on the plains of Jaren to brief you. There is much work to be done in terms of recruiting and training. Make sure everything is done in a timely manner. Are you ready? Yeah, okay. Is there like a... It's kind of weird because I seem to remember that there is like an overarching, but I think that's something else. Yeah. We also have... How close are we? 7 on 68. So we're doing pretty good. Alright. Gunjus, I'm gonna say late till 3 a.m. for the weekly reset. Oh, really? Well, I haven't done my weeklies. I'm ashamed. I've missed out on probably the last 2 weeks of weeklies. I haven't really played Guild Wars too much. But that's okay. It doesn't matter. But I do want to do... So, just so you guys know, probably... Is the event still going on tomorrow? I think it is, right? It goes until Tuesday. Because tomorrow I might do the weekly... not the weekly, but the underwater this swim infusion thing where you go around and you get those. I might do that tomorrow. I have a crap ton of keys. I haven't done it in a long time, and I would like to get over it and make that happen. Okay, well, she's actually on the other side of the plains, so let's exit from here. So I might do that tomorrow on stream. Just see. Oh, we got another battle commendation, so lovely. I could sell this to make some money, but money isn't really an issue. I mean, it's gonna become an issue once we start buying, because we're gonna be buying a max level armor at some point soon. But I'm not gonna be worried about it quite yet money-wise, because we're gonna be making more money when we get there. That's still going on. Good. Okay. To be honest, I don't retain much of the information about what you're doing in Guild Wars 1. Mostly watch to talk with you. Well, that's okay. You know, that's the thing. That's one of the reasons why. So there's Atak, Roges, Lonai, Narashi. So they're hanging out here. Remember that, right? Like, this was Narashi's squad, and these guys are gonna. These are like some of the other major Sun Spears that are not able to be in our group. But these are the major Sun Spears that are in our group. Takora is like an honorary member right now. She is hanging out with us still, but yeah. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. That's one of the things why I wanted to stream on YouTube, because, and I know I can dual stream. I know I would, like, I can dual stream on Twitch and YouTube. But first of all, I hate Twitch. And second of all, like, I don't know, Twitch has never been good to me. I streamed for many, many years on Twitch, and I decided, I was kind of, and Emily knows, I've kind of been jumping back and forth between YouTube and Twitch for a few years, and I ended up settling on just YouTube because Twitch really wasn't doing it for me. I was not really able to grow the channel. I never ended up getting any views on any of my stuff. And it just ended, I was like, I felt like I was splitting my attention between two separate, like, I have a hard enough time growing my YouTube channel, but then also trying to grow my Twitch channel, which were completely separate, by the way, because I would never get overlap. I would get people that would watch my YouTube videos but not watch my Twitch streams, and then I would get, like, you know, three to four people watching my Twitch streams that would never go into my video. Not all of them, right? Emily would always watch my videos, but I'm saying, like, you know, you would never have, like, cross things happening and stuff, and I kind of felt like it was such a waste of time and effort to even do Twitch. Twitch doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't seem to promote me at all, and I feel like I want to promote myself through my YouTube channel, because my YouTube channel is growing. So when I'm streaming, I feel like I'm just kind of like helping out my YouTube channel in a way, and I'm trying to, like, focus on one thing, you know. So yeah, it's Mox. Mox is hanging out. We'll do his stuff at some point, probably after we're done with the main story. We'll take him with us to Eye of the North, because we're gonna be doing Eye of the North on this character. So we're probably gonna take him with us at that point. I might take him with us, and we might do his little mission at some point way later on. I don't know yet, but we'll see. The only reason I don't take him right now is because he's very big and he takes up a lot of space on screen, and I hate to just be zoomed out just so I can have Mox in my group. And he's only a dervish. He's not that, you know, it's not like he's like, oh my god, amazing, you know. And Crocky Boy, yeah, he's still here, he's still hanging out. He died earlier. Iron Fist killed him early. But he's fine, he's growing. He's level 8 right now. He's gonna be growing much bigger. He'll be much, much bigger. But yeah, so just so you guys know, that's kind of the background on the channel. And, you know, since we are trying to grow the channel, I figured streaming on YouTube, you know, I'm never gonna be a big Twitch streamer. I mean, there's just, like, Twitch just doesn't do it for me. The thing also, I'm kind of a little bitter, and I kind of want to address that here a little bit, is that I have, besides Chicken Noodle, okay, so everything that I'm saying now does not include Chicken Noodle, because Chicken Noodle has been a huge supporter of the channel, and I've tried to support his channel as much as I can, so go check out Chicken Noodle, by the way. He's both on YouTube and Twitch. He does stream every Tuesday and Thursday, usually, around 8:45, so go check him out. But he's a great friend of mine, and he's helped me a lot. But beside that, I have supported a lot of other content creators by rating them with my people, and by coming into their chats and talking to them, and you know, really trying to, like, bolster their views. Even when they had no one talking and no one watching, I was there helping them. But beside Chicken Noodle, there's not been a single one of them that has supported me. And I'm not trying to call anyone specific out. I just want to say, as a collective, the Guild Wars 2 streamers on Twitch have not helped me. And it kind of got to a point where I'm like, why am I helping these? Why am I going into their streams? Why am I rating them? Why am I, you know, trying to support their channel by, like, chatting on it? Because when you chat, on a channel, like that helps the channel out because the algorithm sees that there's actually not just people hanging out watching, but they're also talking. And I'm not saying that I don't like lurkers, but I'm saying like I went out of my way to help them, and I ended up not really getting um anything in return because I would never get rated by them. I would never get them even coming into my chat. And half the time they wouldn't even remember me. Like I try to remember you guys as much as I can. I have a terrible memory. I have an awful memory. I'm really bad with names, but I do try to remember. Like whenever I see a name where I'm like, oh my god, I remember that game, that name. I'm trying to like kind of remember where I know them from or whatever, right? Or like kind of, you know, like kind of make it personal with and interact with you guys. And I didn't get that from any, literally no. And I'm not calling anyone specific out, but it was just, it wasn't going anywhere. Like I was just like, I barely get any viewers. I get like 2 to 3. I would probably on average over 2 years, um every single time that I streamed, and I streamed like 3 days a week, I would get like 2 to 3 people watching, and I would take those 2 to 3 people and I'd rate someone else, and I would try to like interact with the person, try to talk to them, try to like introduce myself and just be nice to them and kind of just like be a part of the community. But I didn't get any of that like at all, and it just ended up, I ended up just kind of being bitter about it. Like I'm gonna be honest, I kind of was just like, you know what, why am I trying so hard to like be a part of this community when the community doesn't want me to be a part of them? So I ended up just like, you know what, I'm gonna do my own thing. I and it's even now to this point where the like I even now I still go into like other people's streams and I talk to other people and stuff like that, and I never see them watching any of my streams. So it's kind of like it's kind of a bittersweet thing, you know. And it's, you know, because I feel like bittersweet in the sense that I like I have this realization that I kind of just need to work on my own, and it's not I'm not, I feel like I'm not part of a community. That's pretty much where I'm trying to go with this. I feel like I'm not part of the content creation community for Guild Wars 2. Um, and I wanted to feel like that for a long time, but now I'm just kind of like, you know what? I'm just gonna make my videos, I'm gonna make my streams, and I'm gonna hang out with the people that support me, that are not, that are good to me, that want to help me out, and that want to interact with me. And there it is. And whoever wants to do whatever, and you know, people can fuck off. Very well. So, um, I do love the design. I wish we had that in Guild Wars 2. The crocodile, yeah, I get like a different Drake kind of thing. I feel like some of the Drake designs leave a little bit to be desired. Having an actual crocodile would be really cool. So, chicken noodle. It's chicken noodle with a B. B as in boy. Hard to remember because I changed my PFP a lot. But you know, when I see Mish, like when I see Mish King or whatever, like I know it's you, and you know, and but it's not necessarily about, I don't know. It's different because I would probably remember you more if, like, I don't know if you're a content creator. I've never heard that you're a content creator or anything. But if I knew you were a content creator, I would make sure to check out your stuff as well. Which I have done with a lot of other content creators. Like I've gone on their videos, I've commented on their videos, I have liked their videos, I have talked about their videos, I've talked about them. I've gone into their streams, I've talked to them for hours. Like there's certain streamers, just so you guys know, certain streamers that I've been on their streams many times, and I've talked for hours. I literally would be on there talking for hours, kind of like how Mish King is doing with us, which is super awesome, and I love you for that. But it's just kind of, it kind of gets to the point where it's a little discouraging, where I'm like, you know, I'm doing all of this, and it's not like I want you to sit here and praise me and kiss my feet or whatever, but you know, it's kind of a give and take. Like it's part, like being part of a community means that you kind of help out other people. But I feel like it kind of goes to, and I unfortunately that's how the Guild Wars 2 specifically, Guild Wars 2 community is. But it's always about kissing the feet of the people that are more popular, right? So it's like they don't want to interact with me because I'm a smaller streamer. They don't want to, that's what it feels like, at least. They don't want to raid me if they can take their, you know, 10 to 20 to 30 to 40 people that they have in their streams, and they can go raid Muckluck, right, and be recognized by Muckluck, or Mighty Teapot, or the people, you know, the big people that have like a ton of people a ton of viewers and a huge community and stuff like that where they can grow their channel more easily, right? It's not about supporting each other, but it's about just looking out for yourself at that point. And I kind of like after a few years, I kind of had this realization where I was like, you know what, I'm not really part of this community. And unfortunately, I'm not one of those people that tries to do like not necessarily scummy, but these kind of like not honest ways of growing your channel. Like I just want to grow my channel naturally. I just want my channel to grow because you guys like watching what I do and I like hanging out with you guys, and we are all enjoying the content that's happening and we kind of all interact with each other. And like I always say, it's all about deepening your experience as well as my own, because I like to consume the games, specifically Guild Wars 1 and 2, down to the very details, right? Like I always look at all the different details and all the interactions and the characters and what everything could mean, and like the relationships, the lore, the story, like all these things, right? But I feel like a lot of people kind of miss that, and I try to help, kind of try to enhance other people's experience with the game or with the world of Guild Wars, with the universe of Guild Wars, by showing you guys these things and kind of getting excited, because I get excited over that, and that kind of enhances my experience because I get to show off some of the stuff that I love, kind of thing. So that's kind of my goal, and that's kind of what I need to focus on, and it's unfortunate. So nah, just a normie that enjoys Guild Wars 2 and RPGs. Part of me wants to chat with you in Discord instead of typing like this. Easier for both of us, but don't want to disrupt flow. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm not gonna be like, you can chat with me outside of my streaming hours. Like, I don't mind that at all. Um, I can answer on Discord, but not when I'm streaming, unfortunately. So when I'm streaming, I don't like to, um, like, I don't want to be in Discord the whole time and talking about something that, no one else knows what's going on. Um, and like, I feel like that's the whole reason the chat is there in the first place with the stream, is to interact with me. And I don't care what we talk about. Like, people always think that we have to talk about Guild Wars 2 or we have to talk about what's currently happening. How many times do I do tangents? I mean, I just did like a 30-minute tangent earlier talking about my work weeks. Like, I don't care. We can talk about whatever. Like, it doesn't have to be anything related to what's happening. But sometimes I just kind of need to stop because I'm like, oh, we're going to have stuff happening, like right now. So there's Cormier. She says, Spearmaster Irali, you have done well in my absence. Tell me what you know of Nightfall and Abaddon. And we say, we've uncovered a connection between the Corsairs and General Kayet. She is a worshipper of a deity named Abaddon. And Cormier says, indeed, I have learned much in my travels and can tell you more. Once there were not 5 gods, but 6. The 6th was Abaddon, imprisoned by his siblings. I'm not sure why they call them siblings, because they're not all siblings, but I guess they're just talking like, colleagues of the god pantheon. In the realm of torment, stories say that one day Abaddon will break the confines of his cell and release terror upon the land in an event only known as Nightfall. And Kayet worships this monster, is what we ask her. And Cormier says, yeah, she does, as does Varish. Unless we stop her, she will bolster the power of her dark god and eventually unleash fury upon the world. Time is of the essence. We must attack Varish's fortress at Gandera, capture her, and bring her to justice. Otherwise, and ... And Spearmaster O'Reilly, we say, you lead, we shall follow. You do not fight alone. Which, remember, is the big thing that Cormier has, right? Like the big slogan of the Sun Spears is like, you never fight alone. All right, so it's good. It's good you're here, Spearmaster O'Reilly. We must strike quickly and with overwhelming force. The Cornan troops are no match for even the dullest Sunspear recruit. With the element of surprise, we can topple them in one fell swoop and end the treacherous reign of Varish Asa. I have no doubt we will win this upcoming war, but before we launch our attack, our troops must be battle ready. Speak to Narashi and help her train the new recruits. So, Cormier, I mean, we've kind of shown off, like, against the Cornans. The Cornans were no match against us when Morgan came, right? Like, Morgan kind of had us fight. But we are kind of like the group that we are. We're kind of like the rising stars in the Sunspears. Not everyone is like that. We do have some recruits. I'd like to imagine these were the guys that we got earlier on. Remember how we got 2 guys and a girl? Since I've always dreamed of wearing the Sunscreen insignia. It is now my duty to defend my homeland. Fruit of my labor. Yeah, so I'd like to think that the guys that we earlier recruited, these are them. This would be Morik, Ando, and Donnie, right? Like, it doesn't say that, but it kind of fits, right? How it's like 2 guys, 1 girl kind of thing. But anywho, so Narashi's back. I could hear you coming. It was the cadence footfall of a sunspear. It is a dead giveaway. Right, so she says these recruits were handpicked from Istan's best. Some are old members of the Shore Watch. Remember, we do have Shore Watchers. They are around. I don't know if we're gonna see some of them, but kind of watch out for some Shore Watchers. They're kind of like the they're not the army. They're kind of like the local police in a sense. They kind of like watch the shores for like corsair attacks and stuff. They're more like a militia, I want to say, rather than like an organized military group kind of thing. Did skip out on war employee, he said, and got him. So I skipped out on work yesterday, which was okay with my boss. I talked to her, and I said, hey, we don't have that many people coming in. I said, is it okay if the bartender does it by herself? Because I actually did work on Friday, and I asked her if it was okay for me to not come in yesterday. And she said she was okay with it. So I actually ended up staying home yesterday and just relaxing and kind of just clearing my head and focusing on the important things in life, and kind of, sometimes you just need a day to like reset. Like, it's not even just about like, I didn't want to go anywhere because I feel like that would have caused me stress, like driving somewhere and making sure that I did time this ride and I go at the right time, and then there's people everywhere. Like if I go to the beach or something, like at this time of year, there's people everywhere and stuff. So like, especially on a Saturday. So I was like, I'm just gonna stay home. I'm like, that's gonna be the least stress that I can put on myself, like mentally, physically, all these things. I'm like, I'm just gonna stay home, hang out, and I did, and it was great. I had a really good time just sitting. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to deal with anyone. I didn't want even anyone coming over. Nothing. I didn't want to hang out with my sister. I didn't want to do any of that. I just wanted to be alone, hang out, clear my head, get, kind of just relax, and I did get that, and I was good. So I did get that, and I felt refreshed this morning. I was like, okay, this is, I can now focus on some stuff. Like I talked about it earlier, how I kind of have like some stuff going on. I'm kind of been thinking about Janthia Wild's coming out, and the dual streaming, the dual classing videos, and then I want to do some giveaways. I've been thinking about that. And I've been thinking about a lot of things in my private life, and so I kind of needed a little bit of that. Short Watcher sounds like an elite spec for Guild Wars 2. Wouldn't mind in it adding Warden for Ranger, gives them offhand focus and Shaman like. So I actually had, I don't know if you've watched it, so I did a set of elite specialization speculations for Guild Wars 2 way early on. Actually, my very first video was an Elementalist that I did, but I think in the first... Was it in the first set or was it in the second set? I think it was in the first set. At the Ranger. Oh my god, I can't remember. Jesus, why can't I ever remember? But these are like early videos on my channel. These are from like 4 years ago when I first started my channel. It'll be really funny. Like, they're not super high quality. So if you guys are interested in watching some of this stuff, but I did have the let me see. I had the Ritualist, I had the Enchanter, I had the Vampire, I had the Phalanx, the Tamer. Oh, that's right, the Tamer. So that's right. So the Tamer was my first one. So the video that you need to watch is the Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons Elite Specialization Speculation set number 2. It's my highest viewed video on my channel. It has 25,000 views. Wasn't that great of a video, but I got better at making videos. But in that video, I came up with the Warden. It was actually the Warden. I was the elite specialization for the Ranger, in which I had them use an offhand shield. I think it was an offhand shield. It was really funny because in that concept, and I actually, you know what? I actually have it right here. We can talk about it because I have it right here. So in that concept, I have the Phalanx, the Avenger. I have it all here actually. Envoy, the Ritualist. So the names that I came up with for my elite specializations. For the Mesmer, I had the Minstrel and the Enchanter. For the Necro, I had Vampire and Judge. For the Guardian, I had Phalanx and Avenger. For the Revenant, I had Ritualist and Envoy. For the Elementalist, I had Sorcerer and Gunslinger. For the Warrior, I had Commander and Monk. For the Ranger, I had Tamer and Warden. For the Thief, I had Shadowmancer and Shadow Knight. For the Mechanist is Engineer, I had Pyrotechnic and Golemancer. But yeah, there was actually it was actually really interesting because one of the concepts specifically for the Warden was the theme. The theme of the Warden. I made a list so you guys can actually see. Actually, at some point when End of Dragons came out, I looked at the specs that I came up with, and you know, and I at the top I wrote like Untamed and stuff, and I kind of see how they matched up by theme, mechanic, weapon, utilities, and traits, and I kind of matched them up to see how they matched in those things that I came up with. And theme wise, the Warden was exactly what the Untamed was, because the idea was that you would make your pets stronger by enveloping them in vines, and you would have like these vines grow around your pet, and you would make them stronger. And that was it kind of happened because like when you unleash, you kind of get those vines that come around your pet or yourself. So I kind of was like in the theme, kind of in the same thing, but it was about like using nature to like strengthen yourself or your pet or something. With the shield, you strengthen yourself. You had all these abilities to like make these vine walls and stuff. And then the idea was to have kind of use weather. Weather was kind of like use these totems to use weather, like storms, like a kind of how the Grawl and Guild Wars 2 have the totems that they use, right? They use these like different totems, and it's kind of the same idea of using like a lightning totem and like a wind totem, and like that was kind of, from what I remember, that was kind of the idea that I had, was using totems to like use weather effects and stuff like that, kind of becoming a shaman. I think that was my idea. I don't remember if that was really how. I don't remember if that's how that went. I remember at some point I came up with some kind of, maybe I was thinking, because I'm thinking shaman right now, because I had the thought of a shaman. This is, like I said, this is my newest notebook, which is almost full. My other ones are put away, so I don't know. Yeah, but that was kind of my concept. I do like that concept. I think there is something to be said about, I wanted something with like the idea of a nature mage, right? Like we kind of have that in the druid a little bit, but the druid is weird because the druid has the staff, which gives you like nature magic. But then you have the celestial form as well as the glyphs are more like the glyphs feel like nature magic, but then the celestial form all transforms it into celestial magic. So you kind of have like you have a mix of those two, and I don't think those two really align that well together, in my opinion. Like I feel like I wanted like a pure. I wanted to have something that was a pure nature mage, right? Where I could go around and like summon like vines and wind, and because we kind of get that a little bit with the dervish in Guild Wars 1, right? Because they have earth prayers and wind prayers, and it's all about like using thorns to like defend yourself and using wind to speed yourself up. And like I wanted kind of a little bit of that. That was kind of a little bit I wanted to see with the warden, where you kind of like use nature magic in a like defensive way. But yeah, I don't know, we never really got that. So we both went at the same time. Any hints on when Lucas will be keeping success? No, I can tell you guys. So, well, because you can actually see it on my channel. We are voting for it right now, and if you guys look, I just looked today, as I started writing. I think Mesmer is winning out. So, the next video is gonna be Mesmer. Yeah, it's at 35%. Guardian and Thief are following with 23%. Then we have the Elementalist with 15%, and the Ranger at 5%. So, and it's at 40 votes right now. So, um, I think it's gonna be Mesmer. I think Mesmer is winning out, so it's gonna be the Mesmer video. It's gonna be the next one. I had a vampire idea for Necker, having a vampiric elite spec, as to where the Death Shot acted more like an improvised version of the Elementalist Mist form. Oh, that's kind of a cool idea. You could do like a blood mist, where it's like instead of having like a white mist, it's like a bloody mist or something, because you're a vampire, or like a black mist or something. Maybe with some like you could have bats in there, like flying around because you're a vampire or something. My idea kind of, I had that as well. So I had the vampire, which was a sword. I wanted to get the main hand sword for the necromancer, and it was all about. It was almost like the idea was to do a blood magic plus, like where you really focus on like blood magic a lot and kind of I don't remember what the concept was. You guys can watch the video. It's on the channel. It's one of the earliest videos that you'll find. But the idea was I actually leaned into the gothic style of the Kurziks, I want to say. I think I kind of leaned into that because the Kurziks are like they're kind of ritualistic in that way. They had a lot of monks and stuff, but they were in this petrified forest in these big towers. It's all like gothic themed. So I really felt like that kind of fit together. Again, those elite specializations were pre End of Dragon, so I was trying to come up with some cool like speculation on what we could see in End of Dragon. So it's kind of the idea of like the Kurziks are now like these vampiric, like they're singing rituals, and they're like monk rituals that they had before, because Saint Victor is like a healing thing, and they're all very monkey, right? There's a lot of monk like healing stuff going on, that they kind of turned away from that, and they ended up becoming more vampiric. Like they retreated further into the petrified forest as the purists kind of they took over, and they kind of started becoming more like sacrificial in their way, and they are now dealing with more blood magic in their sacrifice. That was kind of the theme and the idea behind the vampire that I had. uh Lots of fast movement, super speed, swiftness, teleports, evasions, very defensive death shroud instead of offensive. Yeah, I don't know, I had the blood shroud or something, I called it, and I said, everything kind of turns red instead of green, and everything was like red themed because of blood. It's almost like a blood mage more than a vampire. It was more about like using blood and kind of sucking enemies health out, and that sort of stuff was my idea that I had. Tamer for Ranger would be nice as well. Yeah, so the Tamer pets at the same time, they give a unique beast ability. Yeah, I kind of had like having the pets out at the same time, and then the swap ability would only swap. So the how you can swap your pets? So the swap pets would actually just swap who your active pet was, the one that you can actually command. So while the other one can auto attack the enemy the whole time, the one that you have active, you can use the skills on that bar. Okay, and then you can pet swap, but it would only swap the ability bar, and you would then be able to use the other pet at the same time. And I had like shouts, because we don't have shouts anymore for the ranger now. We have commands. So my utility skills would be that we add shouts that are actually the shouts would be around you, like in your area around you, but they would also happen around the pet itself too, the active one that you have. So you'd use a shout, and it would activate around you and your pet at the same time, and that was kind of the mechanic there, that you would use these shouts, and they would happen around you and your pet. And if you were close to your pet, if you were like close range, I think I had I had hammer, because that was based off of the Guild Wars 1 bunny thumper idea, right? So the idea was the Bunny Thumper was a build way early on in Guild Wars 1 where it's a ranger wielding a hammer using hammer skills from the warrior. In Guild Wars 1, that was kind of like the thing that was used in PvP and stuff. So in Guild Wars 2, we actually see that a little bit because when you go into the Ascalonian catacombs, you see Master Ranger Nente who has two pets. He has Fang and Shadow at the same time, and he wields a hammer when he gets to close range. So I kind of based it off of that. I wanted it to be the Bunny Thumper, but I also wanted the shouts. They activate around you and your pet. But if you're standing in the range of your pet shouts, then they pretty much activate twice for you. So you get double the boons and double the whatever benefits from it while you're in range. So there was actually a point to being a close range like hammer wielding. That was the idea of getting a hammer, using a hammer. But then Untamed came, and all that happened, and I was like, great, this is not as fun as mine, but it's cool. Still doesn't have shield yet. Yeah, it does not. Or scepter. It does not. Unfortunately. Gotta be honest, glyphs are so boring. I wish they would revamp Druid. Yeah, Druid is kind of weird because... And you guys will see this with, like... And I've talked about this in the Necromancer dual classing video. It seems like that for the initial... So, when the elite specialization idea came to ArenaNet, they kind of took random ideas. Like I said, the Reaper was about, like, introducing a horror movie villain, making the Necromancer this scary, hard-hitting, chasing after you, using shouts to damage you, scary kind of like, ooh, like horror movie villain, right? It's a random idea, but they made it work. And it kind of feels that way with the Ranger as well. It was kind of like, well, we want the Ranger to heal, so we're going to give them a staff, but we're going to give them a second form by doing, like, Celestial. Like, what does the Celestial part, the Celestial avatar form, have anything to do with the Ranger? Like, there's no explanation as to why all of a sudden they can, like, take on a separate form. Like, channeling, like, because I feel like Celestial magic and nature magic are like two very separate things. Even in the world of Guild Wars, I feel like they are very separate things because we have the like Celestials and stuff, and they're not really bound to the laws of nature and stuff. They like live in their own realm, and it kind of feels weird to have that be the thing. So I love the concept of the druid of being a nature mage that heals, but it doesn't fit, in my opinion, with the celestial form. I never have been a fan of the celestial form ever. I always feel like the celestial form could have like fit way better on like Revenant or something. Like I feel like that would have been much better where they like channel a some kind of celestial, like the celestial like Tamu, the celestial dragon or something, to like use a celestial form or something. I don't know. It just kind of feels like it doesn't fit to me, in my opinion. My vampire necro idea gave them traps for utilities. I know they have walls with the idea of necro traps. Sounds cool. That does sound cool. I mean, the idea of like trapping, like you could have done some really cool traps with it, especially if you have like a lot of teleporting and stuff going on. It kind of leans into a little bit how the Spectre feels almost. Because this, if you give the Spectre, like if you give your Spectre like traps, there's a lot of teleport, and you have like a shadow. You have a shadow shroud, right? You have the shroud, like the shadow form or whatever they call it. And you could do traps. So it's kind of like that, almost, it sounds like. It was horrible. My main character and had fun with Ranger Monk. I had the idea of archery and holy magic. Blame Sebastian from Dragon Age 2. I have never played Dragon Age 2, and I don't know who Sebastian is. So, fortunately, I don't know. And it really tried to copy Druid from WoW with the Celestial stuff. Yeah, and you know what? And you're right. That was probably the inspiration. But the Druid just feels. I feel like World of Warcraft did a better job with it because of how that game just functions. Because I think you can like really lean into the celestial thing with your ranger if you want to do that, as far as I remember. So I hate the Spectre. The Spectre doesn't feel good in my opinion. The Spectre is one of those specs that I'm not really a huge fan of. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the Spectre. Just because it's it feels so clunky. Like the ally targeting for healing and the wells that teleport you, like from the moment they talked about, they were like, oh, we had a couple of wells, because I remember the reveal trailer, and I remember like a stream, and I remember like, I'm like, no, why would you do this? They literally are like, yeah, we're gonna give you a long range shadow magic on your on your shroud, and then you have a scepter that you get with it. And the two things that I hated, first of all, again, it was all about torment. I was really hoping for something poison, but they wanted torment, so they went with torment, and I hated that. And the other thing was that they were like, so we had one well that would teleport you, but then not the other ones. So we made all of them teleport you. And I'm like, or shadow step you or whatever. And I'm like, why? Why? Why do I have to, like, if I'm trying to attack an enemy with a well, why do I have to teleport to the enemy? It makes it so clunky, because then I'm at the enemy and then I have to like reposition myself away from the enemy because I'm a long range fighter, and like, but I'm just trying to place my wells, but like I have to teleport in order to place them. I feel like that's a huge drawback, right? Like, if I'm fighting a boss and I'm using wells and I'm trying to like use my wells on the boss area, but he's doing like a lot of AoEs around him or whatever, and I'm trying to like kind of stay away from that, I'm gonna lose DPS because I need to use my wells, but I can't do that because I have to teleport in and then I get hurt. Like, it kind of doesn't function in my mind. Like, the whole spec, the idea is great, but like it doesn't, the functionality of it is very clunky and very weird, and it's like they literally were like, yeah, we just added shadow step to all of them, but there was no reason behind it. I'm like, but thematically, what's the point? Like, we have plenty of teleports. If I want to teleport if I want to shadow step as a thief, I have 75 other options to do that. I can use, I can use my sword. I can use there's different leaps that you can use. You have utility skills that'll teleport you. Like, there's other options. Like, you don't need to do that. And while there's moon worshipping from night elves and such, I don't think Guild Wars 2 has moon worshipping. Yeah, and you're right, and that's kind of built into, like, the night elves are kind of built off of that, right? They're like these moon worshipping not trolls, nature elves. So that kind of fits in, but the druid was never really like the ranger in Guild Wars 2 or even Guild Wars 1 was never really about like they were rangers, you know what I mean? They weren't druids. Like, there is a thematic difference between what a ranger is and what a druid is, right? A ranger is usually like this scouty person, like what Narashi is, right? This like longbow wielding swift person that runs through the forest kind of thing, and they might be in tune with nature, but they don't necessarily use nature as like, they're not mages usually either. Lots of times rangers aren't mages, so you kind of like try to like bind them to the nature part by having them use staff, but then you also have like trying to do celestial at the same time. It kind of feels weird. It feels strange to me. Those two specs are probably some of my least favorites. Conceptually, they're my favorite, actually. I love what the Spectre is supposed to be, and I love what the Druid is supposed to be, but neither of those are actually, in my opinion, worked out. I don't think they worked out. Well, first of all, one way to improve Spectre is to place a well down where you teleport from, and where you teleport to. Yeah, but that's weird, It's like, I shouldn't have to use two skills in order to not be in the fray of things, to be able to get out of it. Like, teleport in and then teleport out. Like, it's clunky. It's weird. Like, why do I need to teleport? Like, everything on the spec is long range, but then you throw me into the midst with the utility skills, which makes me not want to use the utility skills. You know what I mean? So it's kind of weird. And you know about the special effect? So clearly someone hasn't watched my videos. So my suggestion is that you go back and you want so condescending, such an asshole. No, I'm not being serious. But yes, I do know about the effect. I did make a series of animal facts and Easter eggs. There's 4 videos right now, and I have a 5th one that I'm gonna be making at some point. I have enough things on there, and one of them I do talk about that. So that is something that I was aware of. All right, let's get back to the game. All right. Shore Watch, having bloodied their swords, defending their village from the Corsair raids. Others are fresh off the farm. We must motivate them. So, and that kind of aligns too with having these recruits be the people that we were just earlier, that we met earlier, because one was a shore watch. He wasn't a shore watcher, but he defended his village. Remember, Ando, he was defending his village from the critters and stuff. So he could have been considered a shore watcher, like, you know, that. And then the other ones were fresh off the farm. So remember how what was his name? Morky, whatever his name was. He was a fisher. So he wasn't off of, he wasn't off a farm, but kind of fresh off the farm, as was saying. So we must motivate them before sending them into battle. Teach them to wield their scythes for reaping, not grain, but pain. We have reports of a group of Scale that have entered the plains of Jaren. Your job is to lead the recruits to the south and kill the Scale to give them a taste of battle. Report to Atok when you are done. All right, let's go, recruits. Time to go. We have a warrior, a paladin, and a paladin. Wow. A paragon, a warrior, and a monk. Nobody wants to cooperate with me. I have seen it live in game, actually. I have, like, way early on when I started Guild Wars 2, the group of people that I was playing with, I told them about it. It was something that I had read online, and they were like, I don't believe it. And I said, well, guys, let's get our rangers together. And we did it, and it happened, and I was like, oh my god, what? That's crazy. So I have seen it. It's been many years since I have seen it, but I did see it. Like, it's unfortunate that some people don't know about it. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I make the videos that I make, like the animal facts and Easter eggs videos, There's so many cool details in that I feel like a lot of people are missing out on. And I just really want people to... someone used incoming. Who used that on me? One of these guys? I guess this guy did. Good for you, level 10, and he knows the incoming. Oh, there's the Scale. Let's get him. Yeah. I'm gonna summon my oh my god, she's getting destroyed over there. Luckily they're not too strong, so. Where are you going, Mr. Spider? Probably coolest old spear animation. Proof that the animation team and Anna has always had the goods, especially with these spear animations. Yeah, I mean they're like, and I think they do better when they kind of are, like off the leash. When I have a feeling that for like this new set of animation for the weapons and stuff, they probably were told to like go wild and do whatever with it. That's why we see how really dark some of the elementalist things are, and the one mesmer thing that they have and stuff, like how really dark some of the symbols are, because they were probably just told to go wild and not give a shit. And then we can always fix it later, but they probably wanted them to like go crazy. And I think they did a good job. I mean, I gotta say, I think they did a good job. All allies within earshot. Okay. Alright. A talk. Go wild. Janthier wild. Bam! And you put the logo on screen. There you go. There's an ad campaign for you. Go wild. Alright. Charging into battle used to bother me. You never know when you'll get hit by an arrow, or, God forbid, some siege weaponry. Jesus. Reminds me of, I played a little bit of Elden Ring today, and I got hit by like from a catapult from like a billion miles away, and I was just like, I was running towards the spot, and I'm like, I can make it, I can make it, and then bam, I get hit, and I'm like, oh my god, it was a little crazy. Nice job on training those recruits. Do you like big weapons? Rojas has me arming these boats with enormous catapults like the ones at Chaabec. Things are going to get a lot bloodier around these parts. I can't wait. See if Rojas needs your help with anything. Alright, Rojas, hello. Hi there, Spearmaster O'Reilly. I specialize in developing cutting-edge sunspear weaponry. Ha, get it? Just wait and see. I've got a few promising projects in the works. I hope Cormier can secure more support boats. We have enough to get troops there, but not enough for a return trip if anything catastrophic happens. Best not to think of the worst, but Cormier has a tendency to overreach. Right now, my mind is on other matters, like figuring out a way to increase the range of our catapults. Report to Castle and Puba for more orders. All right, so we have trained the recruits, and we kind of hear about some of the siege weapons that Roges is coming up. Thank God that we recruited him back. Just so you guys know, even if you don't do that side quest, Roges is still going to be there, and he's still going to have that same dialogue, so it's kind of nice to do that beforehand. All right, so, oh, I didn't read the dialogue end of that, but I'm sure he just said, great. All right, so wind and water. We need to stir the winds before our journey. Captain Boldur has hired a bunch of local sailors, but before they embark, they must perform a ritual of the winds to Duena, the goddess of light and air. Otherwise, the passage to Korna will be a slow and difficult one, if nigh impossible. He's waiting for you in Codlu Hamlet. Return with blessings, or don't return at all. Jesus. Pretty wild. Or don't return at all. Or Warclaw D. You know, I don't know. Like, it's, I don't know. It's weird because I really thought that they would leave housing for like the very end to kind of keep people on their toes. But then they did it like early on. So I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm kind of like thinking like, what is it gonna be? I don't know. Warclaw, Coden, raids, convergences, general story stuff. Some art, like, is it going to be an article by a different group of people? Is it going to be videos by content creators? Because I know for one of the best things they ever did, and that was something that I praised them for, it's something that I talked about many weeks before, for many weeks, not many weeks before, but for many weeks before Secrets of the Obscure came out. I talked about how they need to, and Chicken Nubo and I, we had a lot of discussion on it. You know, friendly discussion. I mean, it wasn't like, oh my god, but we discussed the point, you know, of that I wanted them to use their partner program more. And I said, why can't they have partners make videos on the new expansion, like kind of showing them a little tidbit of that and having them make videos about it? And then they did exactly that. And I was like, oh my god, this is exactly what I wanted them to do. So I'm hoping that this expansion they're going to do the same thing, because those videos are way higher, like in my opinion, they're way higher quality that some of those content creators are coming up with than what ArenaNet ever comes up with. Like ArenaNet, not that they're making bad videos or whatever, but I think the content creators, because they make sure, the partners especially, they make sure that they get like the highest quality recordings and FPS, and they make it really nice, and they know how to like make those videos really cool. ArenaNet, they're not content creators. They don't know how to make videos. Like, they don't have someone sitting there like, oh, how do we make videos? Like, yeah, they have a bunch of programmers that know how to put videos together and stuff. But I feel like, you know, content creators, they kind of, like, some of them do it for a living. You know, they do make videos for a living. So it's like, let them kind of take that over. You know, they're your partners. They'll make you videos. They would love to see the new expansion. They would love to be the privileged ones of us that get to go and see that. Oh my god, I wanna. um. Uh. I'm never. Yes, it is. Okay. So I wanted to show you guys something that was really cool that I saw the other day. I've heard of this before, but it kind of clicked with me the other day. And this is so. Socotra. I don't know if you guys have ever heard Dragon's Blood Island. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Dragon's Blood Island. I'm gonna post a link to a website, Socotra Island, and it's called, um, I guess they gave it a nickname, but it has some really cool. I don't know if you guys know about this, but now that I'm seeing the trees, with mouse, yeah, good point, good point, because the mouse cursors thing, right? Like they put the mouse cursors in there. It's like that would never happen with any content creator. Like we look over our videos and we make sure that like something like that. I mean, I have mouse cursors in my videos because I have all the HUD is usually shown in all my videos, but there's some videos where I don't have the HUD even activated and I kind of showed without it or whatever, and I make sure that there's no mouse cursor. You know, it drives me crazy, the mouse cursor thing. But yeah, so the trees. We kind of talked about the trees. Remember how we talked about these cool trees? So the tree, so the island, the Socotra Island has these really cool, unique looking trees, and there's like a huge gallery, and you can kind of scroll through them. But this is what it reminded me of. I've heard of these trees before, but I never really made the connection until recently because we had just talked about the trees. Remember how we like talked about how like unique the trees are and how cool they look on in Elona and stuff. We had like a discussion about it, and then I watched a YouTube video and they mentioned those trees, and I'm like, oh my god, yeah, this reminds me of these freaking trees that we see in Elona. So go look at that. That's really cool stuff. Just check those out and you'll see they're really, really cool. So I don't know. Anyways, just kind of wanted to talk about that for a second because I was looking at the trees and I was like, oh man, what are those trees called again? I don't know what the trees are called, but yeah, it's kind of the same concept. It's kind of like these trees that only have like foliage on top, right? They're dome shaped, and it's like all these viney things, like the trees going up, and they kind of have like it's kind of the same thing. They're not exactly the same thing, but they do kind of remind me of that because this is kind of what the trees look like. There's not a lot of foliage, like leaves on the bottom, right? They're all at the top, and it's kind of very reminiscent of that look. So I kind of thought they kind of gave you that same, and the environment is kind of the same thing. It's not very deserty, but it's like rocky and gravelly, and it's like it's not very green and stuff, and it's kind of like it's very reminiscent of this. So I like that. All right, so we have to get more ships. That's the whole idea. Not more ships, but we have to get winds and water. Right, was the whole idea. The sea is a harsh mistress. Only the Istani and the Corsairs dare sail her this time of year. Treat the sea right and you'll make it to shore. Whether your ship lands with you is another matter. Alright, so the winds are weak this time of year, so we'll need divine assistance if we're to cross the channel in time. We must seek Duena's intervention to summon the winds and currents to spirit us to the port of Gandhara. My sailors are already preparing for the ceremony in the Matani Keys. They will need your protection to complete the ritual. So this time of year, we have to leave from the docks here and go to Gandhara. Okay, but I guess the winds are blowing like northward, so we would be fighting against the winds, which would almost make us like sitting ducks out here because they could like they could take their ships and attack us while we're just kind of out at sea trying to get to them, and that's not good. So we're trying to like get the upper hand by increasing the wind power, and we can do that by just praying to the gods of wind. There's a shore watcher right here, so we have one of these guys. We can look at this person right here. This is a shore watcher. It's just the lady with a sword and shield, and yeah, and they kind of watch out for they're not a military group, but they kind of watch out for corsair attacks mostly, and whatever other dangers might arrive from the sea. When it comes to the beach areas, it reminds me of Phantasy Star Online areas, with the Socotra reinforces that for me. Is that right? I have not played Phantasy Star Online, so I'm not sure. The beach areas levels in Phantasy Star Online were my favorite. Love the environment, the music, the enemies. I can't wait to go to Janthia Wilds. I really want to see especially the lowland area, the first one. I don't know if I'm super huge on. To me, I have a feeling. I have a feeling that the lowland, the first area that we go to, is going to be more interesting than Janthi or Citri, because I have a feeling that they're probably gonna do like, I don't know. From what I've seen from the second map, it uses like the White Mantle ruins and like that sort of stuff. It feels like a lot of reused assets, so it's probably gonna feel just like, I don't know. It might feel just like the uh the raid the raid wings that we have that kind of deal with the White Mantle. Like I have a feeling it might feel like that a little bit, where it's like jungly, with like White Mantle ruins, like that type of stuff. I don't know yet. It's just kind of basic. I'm basing that off of pictures, but I'm more excited for the first map because I have a feeling that that's going to be a lot more unique, like assets and environments and stuff like that. So I'm more excited for the first area, and I kind of want to see. I'm very excited. I want to see more. They're very secretive this time around. I mean, they're always secretive, but they're even more secretive than usual. All right, so we have to go over here. Oh, perfect. I can look at that. Let me look at this picture real quick. Okay. My phone won't load the picture. My phone won't load the picture. Why, phone? Can you please tell me why? Okay. Somehow it's not loading the picture. I can't look at it. I don't have Discord on my computer right now because it takes so much internet. Like it sucks my internet dry. So I'll look at it later. I unfortunately it won't pull up on my phone. I don't know why. It says that you send an image, but I don't. And I've closed Discord now numerous times. I'm sending a test message to see if it's test. Huh. It's working. I don't know. I don't know. I can't see the picture. I don't know. That's okay. All right, so we're here with the sailors. They have to perform a ritual, and ask the winds, ask for favorable winds. Ooh, and we have some water gins. All right. More of them. Water gins. No, my pet died. Someone leveled up, though. Who leveled up? Oh, oh, people are leveling up. It's always good. Oh my god, we're dying. The sailors are dying. Protect them. One sailor died. Oh boy. One sailor died. This is Kinya Kela. Kinya Kela? We are the storm, we are the calm, we are the wind. May the tides, and we get the blessing of wind and water. May the tides carry you safely, and may the winds fill your sails. The blessings of wind and water are yours. Okay, so we have to arrive. So unfortunately, we lost one of the sailors, but that's okay. Oh, it's a bad link. Okay, never mind. Not to worry. All right, so Boulder walks with Duena. His love of the seas is wide and deep. I only hope Cormier can negotiate for the additional landing craft, or all will be for naught. Okay, so we don't have the numbers of our enemies, therefore we must compensate in other ways. Doncoro and Cormier proposed we seek the help of the original Sunspear Guard that served Elona in the days of the primeval dynasty. They're interred in the tomb of the three worthies in Latenda Bog. Hopefully, time has been kind to the restless spirits. Can we count on you? Okay, so we have to make up in other ways because the Sunspear number, like Sunspears are strong, okay, and we're numerous, but the Cornins, they're like just they have an overwhelming amount of people in their group and in their like organization, and they're really they're just even if they're not as strong as Sunspear, they can overwhelm us in powers. So we have to somehow make up. And how do we do that? Well, by getting spirits to help us, right? We can have this is the world of Guild Wars, and spirits are a common thing in the world of Guild Wars. So we can employ older Sunspears to help us fight this evil that's threatening to strike at us. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. That looks nice. Yeah, that looks cool. But I see what you're saying. It has like these rocky things on the beach with like vines and stuff. I'm excited to see what cool environments we're gonna see in Guild Wars 2 for Janthier Wilds. What do you guys think the third, like, everyone has been talking about map 1 and 2. What do you guys think we're gonna see for a third map? Do you guys think we're gonna see a third Janthier map, or is it gonna be another thing where we go into like another realm or something? People are leveling. Why is this because of weakness? It is because of weakness. Doncoro, I'm not giving you more an inspiration. No. So this will be good. This is kind of helping us level up our characters. Getting ready for the battle ourselves. For Rangers. Spirits. The way they work now. Wait, what do you mean? How do the Ranger doesn't have spirits though? In Guild Wars 2, I mean. Ooh. Sorry guys. Ooh, maybe we're getting some good weapons here. Motivation. Ooh, 25 health. Ooh, 42 health while in a stance. And, oh, this is actually really good. How much better is it than this? So this is 30 health. So this is while in a stance. Does he have a stance? He does not have a stance, but I could give him a stance. That's not a problem. While in a stance, he also has less physical damage received while in a stance. Unfortunately, the armor is less. Received physical damage chance 16%. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna equip that to him. I'm gonna give him a stance. But then we have a, so this is health, armor, command. This is a motivation. We don't use motivation. Why do we keep getting motivation? Oh my god. I'm gonna use the shield nonetheless. Can I sell this? It's only 10 gold. It's fine. Alright, we'll just use the shield. It's a motivation shield, but that's okay. I'm gonna use motivation. Maybe we'll change it. Who knows? An orc bait. I mean, That would be kind of cool to get like an ancient Mersat city. I would like that a lot. Oh, they do have spirits. You're right. Yeah, spirits suck. You're right. I agree. Spirits suck. I totally forgot that they have spirits. See, I never used them because I don't know. Yeah, they're kind of just well, the problem is that I don't know even if Guild Wars 1 spirits would be good. It's just a different combat, so it's really hard to make spirits work the way they do in Guild Wars 1. I like the idea. I like how they used to follow you around. I actually would like to see that again. But I guess I might be alone in that. I don't know. I don't ever use spirits. I don't know. Are spirits used heavily in Guild Wars 2 by like meta builds and stuff? Because I don't feel like I see them a lot. But I do love the concept of spirits. It kind of leans into the nature mage a little bit, right? So like it kind of gives you the idea of using nature as a thing. And Allies Fury. That's a good one. Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird how they function now. And I feel like ArenaNet they didn't really know exactly what they wanted to do. Oh, I kind of went around, but that's okay. I feel like they didn't really know what to do with them either. So they ended up just kind of making whatever with them. It's what it feels like to me. I feel like there are certain skills that ArenaNet doesn't really know what to do now in 2024. And they kind of just like do whatever with them. Instead of giving them like a whole rehaul or something. Overhaul. I don't know. Alright, so let's talk to the old Sunspears that are entombed out here. And you guys will kind of see that from last time we played. So last time we played, before I crashed, knock on wood, we haven't crashed yet. But before we crashed, we did the mission. And remember how I said, oh, we're going to come back to this place. We're coming back to this place. So this is the place I was talking about, and we're going to come back there. Those 3 heads. And that is where... Yeah, I know. It's sad to see a lot of the changes that they did because of PvP and PvE not being split. Like, still being persistent in the game. It's like, okay, you took that out of the game. You have it now split. Why is it still there? Alright, here we are. I guess we're gonna kneel? Kneel! Oh, that works. So look who it is, guys. We have Kojalan, the Conciliator, and First Spear, Jana, and Sogalan, the Protector. And he's attacking us. They're trying to see if we're worthy of getting their aid, right? So they say, through war we achieve peace. Now is your time to shine, Sunspear. Fight. And that's what Kojalan says. And then First Spear Jana says, you may arm yourself like a Sunspear, but can you fight like one? So they say that right before we attack them. And then we attack. But this is Sogalan the Protector. Remember, he was the first one that kind of organized the Sunspears into who they were. So and this is the henchman. We kind of talked about it. The henchman, Sogalan, is actually named after this guy. He's like a very important spear marshal of the Sunspears, like one of the early ones. Cormia may be the greatest spear marshal ever, but I would have loved to challenge her while my body was full with life. Oh well, let our voices be your armor against this darkness. We have foreseen the day your spear marshal would call upon us for aid. Know this, kind and noble emissary, when it is time to storm Gandhara, you and your brethren will not be alone. In every battle cry and every fated steps, we will be your armor when iron buckles, and your spear when what? In every battle cry, in every fated step, we will be your armor when iron buckles, and your spear when steel fails. Oh, we will be your armor when iron buckles, and your spear when steel fails. Got it. But you first must prove your worthiness. Okay? But we have done that. We already proved our worthiness. Not sure what's going on with that dialogue, but that's okay. All right, so now they are gonna be with us, more in spirit. So they're gonna enhance our power, right? They're gonna enhance us by kind of just being with us, kind of thing. So, here we are, Castle and Pua. I am uneasy in the presence of spirits, but the thought of charging headlong into Varish's blade has given me pause. The Sun Spears began as the Sun Spear Guard under Queen Nadezhda. Nadezhda. With their aid, we cannot fail. Alright, we have the aid of the wind and water, the blessings of the original Sunspear Guard, a fresh batch of newly minted Sunspears, and the assistance of heroes from across the sea. Cormir is mustering forces at Churhir Fields. Once you reach the rank of Sunspear Captain, or gain sufficient experience, level 17, help her rally the troops. Indeed, the time for action is nigh. Alright, so we could do that because we are captain. We are the captain. But we're not gonna do that because we're still gonna do preps. We're gonna do prep work. I want to do be higher than 14. Level 14 is not high enough in my opinion. So I would like to do some side quests. We're gonna do some side questing. I'm gonna take a short break because I have to use the restroom. So I'll be right back. Hopefully I won't crash in the time. But anyways, we're gonna play some more. I'm excited. All right. These are went. So, all right. So, what side quests are we gonna do? First of all, let's sell all this fun stuff. Let's sell all this stuff. Okay. Okay. So we already have. I wonder. Since I am. Oh, I can use. Let's re-signal. Oh, I have a copy of Nightfall. Is this already? Yeah, there's nothing in it yet. So this is gonna start pretty. Like we're kind of playing the tutorial here. So we haven't really seen the the actual like Nightfall's part of the story. So that's gonna all come as we like from now on. Like all of this is pretty much tutorial island. It's just a very long tutorial, but after like once we start attacking Gandara is when like the actual story like starts pretty much of Nightfall. Um and that's when we start writing stuff in. So we did that. What I was looking for is I was looking to see. So this never rampage alone for 25 seconds. You and your pet attack faster and have 3 health regeneration. It costs 15 energy to use. It's a skill. See, it's not even a shout. I wish it was a shout. I wish it was considered a shout because I get energy for that, right? So, um, yeah, let's see if we can make some weapons. Or did I? Was that the weapon that I threw away the other day? Was the weapons that they had? Is there other weapons I can have made? Maybe the Black Tide Den has some weapons that I can have made that are stronger, so I can kind of equip my group with. Yeah, they do. 3 to 17 with no inscription. 13 to 17, 11 to 15. Hmm. Heraldic Shield has 13 and 20 health. How much health am I getting from this right now? 25. So that would be better than what I have. So let's make a couple of things here. Maybe we can make some a scythe and a staff or something. A protective staff. I don't have any inscriptions. I mean, I might have some inscriptions. I have some staff heads. It's not quite helpful, is it? Oh, I could use these. Oh, that's right. I have some. Ooh, energy spear. It's not even a good spear. I don't know. Ooh, do I cause bleed with anything? Oh, I do have a bleed. I think I have my, and there's a command right there. So I could have this one with the green glowy eyes. Or I could have the exalted. I really like the exalted shield. It's super shiny. They do exactly the same thing, both of those. A shield of the condemned. Where was it? Oh, what is this one right here? This is motivation. So this does the same. -5, 16, 16, their command. Yeah, so they're exactly the same thing. So I'm gonna use that. I think that's really cool. It looks really cool. I love the exalted Aegis. That's really cool. 30 health, and then we have the spear called the Dark Song, which is 14 to 17 plus 30 health, so we're gonna get even more health, which is gonna be nice because we're gonna be putting energy on our equipment. So we're not getting health insignias. We're gonna use the superior at some point, but we're gonna get energy. But this is gonna be nice. Getting some extra damage and some extra everything. So this is gonna be nice. Okay, so we have good equipment. We're ready to go. I wonder if we have anything for the kids. For the kids. That's not even a good. I mean, I don't know. It's not a bad staff, but I think I'm just gonna give him that Scar Eater. I'm just gonna give him the Scar Eater. Healing Prayers has a lot of health and energy, so he'll be fine with that, I think. It's probably gonna be better than anything that I can give him. We do have a sword here, but this is the Mesmer sword. We have Rocktail's Stinger. 5 to 22, 15% while in a stance, armor penetration, and health. Yep, we're gonna do that. We're gonna take that. Any other that I can use right now? What are these things again? Stolen Sin Spear, Ancient Armor, Deldrimor. Okay. We have a bow here. Poison duration, health and energy. Poison duration. I mean, I feel like this is better. Has the same damage, but it has more damage instead of health and energy. Axe mastery and channeling. Okay, so we got a couple of things for people. Protective staff. What does she have right now? Chance while using skills. It's not the best, but it kind of... This gives 2 more energy. Have skill recharge. Have casting time. I think the recharge is better, so I think I'm gonna give her this protective staff. Oh, I already have that open. I think I'm gonna give her the protective staff. Do I have materials? I don't have any iron ingots. Oh, god damn. Do we have a material person here? Yes, we do. We sure do. Oh, thank you so much. I didn't even see a welcome back. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm like glued to the game right now. All right. Made that happen. Oh, we do have armor. I could get a higher level armor, but do I want to? How much higher is it? 65 instead of 35? That's tempting. And I did leadership. I could continue doing... Because leadership is the one that gives me... Yeah, that gives me shout energy. What does the Twin General Relic do? I don't remember. Okay, so we want to protect a staff for her. Get rid of that. Right, so she has a protective staff. She has a good bow. Oh, I want a scythe. I definitely need a good scythe. Really? There's nothing on this? Oh, God. I mean, it's just better overall and, like, just in general. But, that's like... He got a weapon. He has weapons. I'll look at that in a second. I want to look at his... I want to give him a stance. So maybe instead of that, I want to give him some kind of stance. Because we're going to do some tactics. Defensive stance. Drunken blue. Melee attack. No. Fear me. Watch yourself. You cannot be knocked out, and you do not suffer extra damage from critical attack. You have a 75% block melee and projectile resistance. You gain 1 strike of adrenaline for each melee attack you have. Skills you have. Melee attack skill you have. Melee attack skill. I mean, are these all considered melee attack skills? No, that's a melee attack skill. I think I'm just gonna do defensive stance. That's fine. You gain 1 strike of adrenaline for each melee attack skill you have. I guess I won't get any, but that's okay. I'm just using a stance. I mean, it's only 3 seconds. Do we have a stance that lasts longer? I guess this... Frenzy is a stance. I think I'm gonna do Frenzy. There's no maybe there's a strength stance? Oh, there is. You move from and it ends when you successfully strike a target, at which point you gain 1 circle of adrenaline if you hit with a melee attack. For 11 seconds you move fast. For 7 seconds you attack faster. If any of it. Okay. So for 10 seconds you move and originally answer. Which point you gain. Yeah, so this is all I need my so for the weapons that I have, I need 9 and 6. This is 9 swordsman and this is 6 tactics. So I need that in order to get benefits from that. But I can't put any more into strength. I think I'm gonna do maybe just sprint. Because that's gonna be the longest. I'm looking for something that lasts the longest. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be just fine. I think that'll be good. Okay, so does everyone have... So I have weapons, he has weapons. He has a weapon. She has kind of a crappy weapon, but not much. She has a weapon. She has a weapon. On the damage dealing ones, I'm just gonna, because it doesn't really matter, I'm just gonna customize them so that they are bound to me. So that would be this one and this one. That one I'm gonna sell. This one is already bound to me. Rock's Tail Stinger is not even that great of a weapon, so it's not a big deal, but I'm just binding it to this character. Oh. I was like, is it gonna swap over or what? Yeah. So then this way it does 20% more damage. That's good. Alright, so we have that, and yeah, I might do some armor. I might do still not gonna use any things on me, but like any of these on me or something. Oops, I need to know what I need. I want to be ready, because the next mission that we are gonna do, where we are attacking Gendara, it can sometimes get a little tough if you don't have high level like people in your group kind of thing. All right, so Spear Mastery, Command, Leadership. I think I'm gonna stick with Leadership. I think that's fine. 65, okay. And then we need, what are we doing? Astani, or I want to do the Sun Spear. I do like the Sun Spear outfit. Oh, I need more ingots for that. Ingots and a bunch of these. Okay, let me get ingots. I don't know how many I need. I'm just gonna get a bunch of them. I have money, you know, money is whatever. We'll make it back. Once I have max armor and we have pretty much once we have max armor and we have pretty much everything we need, like for our team and stuff, like as we're leveling, we're gonna find armor, not armor, but we're gonna find runes, and we're gonna find weapon modifier, and like weapons and modification stuff and whatever. Like that's, you know, that's coming after Gandara, and by that time, if we get max armor at that point, that's probably the last money that we're really gonna spend for a while. And we're gonna obviously make a lot more money too, so it's not a big deal. I think I have enough tanned hide squares. I gotta look at this one. So the relic does gain might and weaken nearby enemies when you use a healing skill. Gain additional might for each enemy struck. But that's really good. What are you using that on? Oh, on your Berserker? Where did my lid go? Yeah, that sounds fun. I do like that. That is, I mean, that's. I'm sure that, and the damage seems pretty high on it too, so it's kind of cool. $65, $65, $65. What is the max? Um, $80 is the max. Okay, interesting. We have 65. All right. Can we sell these? Is that sellable? Oh, I didn't customize this. So let's customize that as well. That way I'll do even more damage. So, bam. Customize that. Sell. Oh, I want to put these away. I don't want to waste them. Oh, 3, 15, 5, 10, and 5. Cool. All right. So now we're pretty equipped. Our current team, their builds, I kind of worked on those before, right? But they have pretty good equipment now. They're pretty strong. You can kind of see their stats. I mean, he has 390 health, which if he doesn't if he doesn't have those equipped, he has 360. But then when he goes in a stance, he also gets 42 more. So he's gonna be pretty bulky, and he's gonna do pretty good damage. There's a lot of health here, 60 health. So he's very healthy, which is good for a healer because he might get attacked and be very squishy. So that's gonna help him. She's lackluster right now on her, but she does have the mysticism one thing on her thing. Her weapon here is really good, and yeah, this is pretty good too, so hers is okay. So we should be doing pretty good. All right, let's do some side quests, guys. Let's do some side questing. Let's just get ready for it. Mending is a 12-second heal, so I do my damage. Might weakness damage every time. Yeah, that's nice. I like mending. Mending is good, and mending heals like 5 different conditions and stuff too. Like I use it on mine all the time, so I don't know. All right, let's do some side quests. I have received reports of a band of Corsairs spotted in the vicinity of Fariner. They are led by a man named Arid the Unready. Go and eliminate the band of Corsairs, and maybe you get some useful information out of their leader. Probably not, but we're still gonna go do that once I have a team of people. All right, that way we can level up and we can get stronger and get ready for the assault on Gandhara. We have to like level ourselves up. I don't have any yellow dye on me, so we're gonna kind of leave it for now. The next armor, I'm gonna, you know, it's not, I mean, it's yellow dye, but on that armor it looks golden. So once we get to the next armor, I will dye it again, the regular Sunsphere colors, and we'll keep that. We'll have to see what we get there. Arid's crew is here, so Arid is right here. He's not very far. Just his crew is here, but it looks like there's more up there. I'm gonna use one of these scrolls. For 10 minutes, we get 50% more experience from combat. I don't know. They're pretty high level. These are level 17 enemies. I want to see energy. Jin is pretty bad with the energy. She probably needs more levels and expertise for that. Where is she? Right here. Expertise is only 6. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just auto-attacking, I'm fine with. But everyone else seems to be doing just fine. He has sprint on him, so that's gonna kind of work out. I think, in him like getting from group to group as well. On top of, I mean, he gets you guys can see how much extra health he gets from all that. So he's very, very tanky. We're doing really good right now. We can also level up Croc a little bit. He's level 9 right now. He'll get bigger and stronger and faster and better and all these things. Mending is the best heal in the game. Troll Ungen used to be my favorite on Ranger, but Arena nerfed it. It used to heal conditions, now it doesn't. Really, Unrevenance is good because access to 2 of them. 3 if you're a Vindicator. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's right. That's very true. Yeah, but Mending is really good. Mending is really good. There's Arid. Arid is right there. He wasn't very far, so I guess we're wasting a little bit of that scroll. We'll just say that Jin is a little untrained, and that's why she is not so good with her energy. We'll give her some kind of energy later on. If we get some extra energy runes and stuff from armor. I give up already. What do you want from me? I had never seen your ugly mug before. Where are the Corsairs rallying? I don't know nothing. You can't scare me. Looks like your jaw's a little tight. Maybe my fist will loosen it up a bit. You call yourself a sun spear? My little sister hits harder than that. Still a bit tongue-tied, are we? Well, since you aren't using it to talk, I'll just cut it out and feed it to the scale. Alright, alright. The meeting spot is Latenda Bog. These men and I were on our way there. We were supposed to meet up. So this is supposed to be, supposed to help us lead to the thing that we had to do, to find out where the Corsairs are meeting. But we already knew this. We already knew that I was in the fog. Holy Archer. I mean, you can kind of do that now in Guild Wars 2 with Guardian and Longbow. So you can kind of do a Holy Archer now that way. So that is kind of nice, but I do like the idea. Well done. Still, it's unnerving that the Corsairs are gathering in Latenda Bog. I'm not sure what they're up to. Yeah, we already know what they were up to. We already stopped it. Now that we know that the Corsairs are gathering, we have the perfect opportunity to catch them off guard, chase them out of Latenda Bog. I don't know who this Iron Fist guy is, but we're not about to find out. Wait to find out. Spearmaster Raleigh, take a moment to ready your party and then go to the... Alright, so we'll attack these guys. Why did they leave my group? Dual dagger, assassin slash ranger with pet by my side. Yeah, that is fun. I've done that before. I'll probably go another 30 minutes or something. I don't think we're gonna do Gandara tonight, so we'll probably do it. Well, it depends on what we're getting this week. If we're not getting any news again on Tuesday, then we can do this on Tuesday. Tomorrow I want to do. Tomorrow we'll probably do Guild Wars 2. I want to do some Guild Wars 2. I haven't played Guild Wars 2 in forever, so. I mean, forever. I played it on Thursday, but I mean, like, seriously play. You know, do the event that's happening right now, all that stuff. All right, so we'll fight our way again to almost exactly where we were earlier. Great. Does he even use the stance? He doesn't even use the stance. Why are you not using the stance? He's not using the stance, guys. I think I need to give him a different stance. Doesn't look like he's using it properly. Might give him frenzy then. Just because that is something he can at least keep. Now he used it one time. It's not really enough, unfortunately. I'm just gonna keep going this way. So I'm gonna change that to a different stance. I'm gonna just set up with the building by using PvP panel. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna be using my warrior, and then after that, I'm gonna kind of just see what I feel like using. But my warrior right now is my main, and I would love to do. We're gonna do a Paragon, guys. We're gonna do a Paragon look-alike. So we're gonna try to make ourselves look like a Paragon as much as possible, and we're gonna play as a Paragon. Mandragores. Mandragores and bladed termites. A dual winged axe. And we're also gonna get other heroes, just so you guys know. We're gonna get other heroes in the game. We're gonna get a lot of heroes. We're gonna not have enough space in our group for all of the heroes we're gonna get in this playthrough. And then it's gonna get even worse when we get to the Eye of the North, where we get even more. But I'm gonna try to get all the heroes that we can get. And use them as much as I can. Alright. Here we are. More Corsairs. Yay! Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. That's true. Yeah, she wielded a spear, too. Yeah, that's cool. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. Our energy is great right now. Like, even using all of my skills, I still retain enough energy. I'm getting enough out of leadership. I'm getting, what, like 4 per shout that I'm using? 5? Yeah, I'm getting 5 per shout that I'm using. That's really good. I'm just gonna backtrack and then we'll just go over here. Will be probably the easiest way to go. And that character, that lady, she's a total badass, dude. I love her. She's awesome. I'm excited to be playing a Paragon in Guild Wars 2. I wonder what changes they're gonna make to these spears. I wonder if we're gonna get another beta. Because the thing was that last time when they announced Secrets of the Obscure, it was only like a month before the release. I mean, it was only like a month and a half or something that we had before the release. And so they had one beta, and I'm like, okay, but we still have almost 2 months now. Well, not really. I mean, it's a month and 12 days that we have. So they could technically do another beta, but they probably, I don't think they probably won't. They probably won't. They're just gonna change it to however much. I like, you know, however, whatever we need or whatever they think we need, like number wise and stuff. So as we level up, I might replace one of these, maybe this Spear of Lightning, with that other Sun Spear, the pet one. Kind of focus a little bit on the pet a little bit, with that other ability that lets me attack faster and gives me like health regeneration and whatnot. Cause that would be kind of nice. Cause we'll have more than enough energy at some. I think it's gonna get to that point where we have more than enough energy. Because this costs 5, so it's only an increase of 10 energy, but it also lasts longer. Like, I use this a lot more often. Would be nice if we had one more beta or post about changes they made. See, that's the thing, and that's what I always talk about. And someone commented recently on one of my videos, and, you know, I'm not faulting them for anything. I mean, you know, it's like, whatever, they have their opinion and they're entitled to it, you know, and it's fine. I mean, my videos are usually an open forum for reasonable things, you know, unless it becomes unreasonable. But yeah, they were saying, they were like, you know, because I talked about, I think it was the announcement thing, and I made a video about it, and in the video I talked about, I'm like, I need transparency from ArenaNet, and I need ArenaNet to give us more info. And the person was like, oh, come on, you know, we just had a new expansion announced, blah blah blah, all this stuff. And it's like, dude, listen, like, this is what a company does. Like, this is what they should be doing as a company. Like, they have a beta event where they are asking for feedback, so the thing that we should expect from them is to hear which of the feedback they're taking to heart and what changes they're making. Like, I don't think that is too much to ask of a company to do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of, and nothing against that person. I'm just saying, like, I'm sure they're not alone in thinking that, but I just think in general, like, I think a company, you know, like a game company that has beta events should at least give us feedback on our feedback. You know what I mean? Like, they should at least let us know, like, okay, we listened to this, and this seemed like something that came up a lot, blah, 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 and this is the changes that we're doing. Like, they should do that. Hype your goddamn game. I am hyped. I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, some people, I feel like some people don't really understand. Like, I might sit here and, like, bash on ArenaNet a lot and stuff, but trust me, I wouldn't be playing these games every day, streaming them all the time, making hundreds. I've made hundreds of videos about Guild Wars 2. I've probably made over 300 videos on my channel about Guild Wars 2. Okay, or Guild Wars in general, not just Guild Wars 2, but Guild Wars. I wouldn't be making that if I didn't hype for every little thing that they release. Like, I'm hyped for it. You know, I just want them to perform better and be greater and grander and all these things. Can we kill this guy? He seems really annoying. I don't know what's going on there, but because these two guys are just standing there, none are even doing anything. Their YouTube channel more, stream more shit. Yeah, that's what I mean. We seem to care more. We seem to care more than the devs. You're saying it about them. You're saying they should be hyping them. It's weird, right? It's really strange, and I don't necessarily disagree with this. This is a weird axe. Double adrenaline gain. 19% chance X for axe mastery, and a half casting time of spells. It's like all over the place. It has adrenaline, regular attack, and then it has like a spell thing in there. It's rated really low too. It's also really crappy. But yeah, it's really weird, right? Like ArenaNet, I don't know. They've been doing a lot of advertisement and stuff, but yeah, I talk about, I always compare it to like Yoshi P, you know, and how he goes on stage and he'll announce an expansion and he'll be super hyped about it and he'll just be like, you know, dressed up and talking about it, and they have like interviews and they like, you know, and there's just all this hype going on all the time, and Arena is kind of like, yeah, we have an expansion coming out, you guys might want to check it out, and we have a beta happening if you guys want to check it out. It's like, okay, you're really not driving that home. The whole thing with streaming, from what I understand, I like, you know, and nothing against her. I like Ruby. I followed her for before she even worked at ArenaNet. She was actually a writer for Massively OP, I want to say. Um, but you know, she does all the streams and stuff. She does all this stuff with them. Um, and they haven't been doing any of those streams. The only streams that they have been doing, they haven't been doing guild chat. They haven't been doing any of those. The only ones that they have been doing is like once in a while they will do like, and this is done by the like other developers. This is not done by like Ruby or whatever. They don't do any of those regular streams anymore, and it's just kind of fallen to the wayside as well on that end, you know. And that's kind of, I think that's kind of annoying. Like, I really think that they should keep their streams going. The problem was they didn't do the streams right. They never had a hype person in there. They never had anyone that really knew. Like, Ruby is nice, don't get me wrong. Nothing against her. Like, I have nothing against her personally, but she's just she's a very, like, kind of a wallflower, kind of like quiet, you know. She sits there and she's kind of like, yeah, haha, you know, and she kind of laughs awkwardly sometimes. She's kind of like awkward a lot, and it doesn't really build the hype. Like, as a host, I feel like, or as a hostess, right, I feel like you kind of, like, if you're part of something like that, I feel like you need to build a little bit more hype. And I don't think that she's necessarily, like I said, nothing against her. I'm sure she knows how to do her job, and I'm sure she's a great person from what I can tell. But I just feel like that is not her like expertise, and I feel like they have realized that, and that's why they have moved away from that. But it's like, instead of completely stopping it, you should have found someone else that maybe wanted to host those. And I've even talked about how they should use their partners. When they make those streams, they should invite one of their creative partners, content creator partners, to come on stream with them, because having a outside perspective, you know, they could be the analog of the player base, and they could be like, wow, that, like, you know, they could like present something. The developers all know what's being presented, right? They worked on this stuff for months, for years, whatever, right? They don't need to be like, for them, when they present it, they're not hype because they have known about the spears for the last like 2 years, right? Like, they've known the spears are coming. They've been working on the skills. So for them, it's old news. So it's very hard for them to be like, oh yeah, this is, you know, but like having someone from the content creator side, like, that has not seen this and is like in there now, and they're like, oh my god, that looks so cool. Like, have someone that's like a hype person, that's one of your bigger partners or whatever. You can have them in there, and kind of be the hype person to join in, you know, through like, because they do it through, like, you know, they can have like just a camera. They don't have to be in a studio. They usually do it all on camera, right? So they could have it just on camera and just have one of their fucking content creators be there with them or whatever, you know. So that would be my suggestion. Find someone that's really their expertise to like host this. You know, maybe hire someone that does specifically videos for social media, like they're streaming, really go ham on streaming and making videos on YouTube and stuff with this person. Like, pretty much hire a content creator for your channel, for your company, right? But also make these streams a little bit more engaging for the player base, because when I watch them, I get incredibly bored, because a lot of these developers, they're very awkward, very socially awkward people, and they kind of sit there and they're just kind of like, yeah, we did this and we're doing this, and then they maybe we'll be talking about like, oh, and then we have this inside joke, and they'll laugh, and we're all like, it's not funny to us because we're not part of the inside crew. Like, you need someone from the outside kind of giving your perspective, you know, and kind of balancing that out, I think. Like, that would be my idea. I freaking love Yoshi P. He's great. Like, he's awesome. I mean, he's the embodiment of what I would imagine a head like a lead in like a game development, because he's so hyped about his own game that he gets everyone else hyped. He has this personality that he goes on stage, and I've watched. I don't play Final Fantasy 14, but I just love watching him because he gets so excited, right? He's so excited and he's so into it, and it's just like, oh man, he's so dedicated, and he's so like this, and it just really like it makes me want to play Final Fantasy 14, even though I don't really like it as a game. It's very slow. It's very slow paced. It's I don't know. There's a lot of things that I don't like technically about the game. I love the lore, I love the world and stuff, but it's just playing it is kind of a drag to me. Um, but when he goes on stage, I want to play the game because he's so hype. He dresses up, he does all this stuff, and he's just like, yeah, you guys know, like, this is all the stuff that's coming. This is what we're doing. And it's like, oh my god, and he's hype, and we're hype, and everything is hype, and it's great. Who doesn't play Final? Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people recognize him as like he's the hype man, even though like a lot of people don't even play that game. Right? He's so well known in the gaming community, especially in the MMO space, because that is what the space needs. Like gaming companies need people like that, right? And I feel like a lot of companies don't realize that you need someone like that. That's leading your projects. That's really passionate about those projects and stuff. Bringing Ruby up, I actually miss her. I wonder if we actually streamed before. I do miss her too. Not that she is like, I would love to see her on these streams because she usually knows how to steer conversations in the right direction, and she knows how to address certain things and talk about certain things. And being I think she's the community manager or whatever she is. She's something with community social something, whatever she is, right? I don't know what her title is, but she kind of deals with the player base on a more like closer base, and she looks at feedback and those things. So I think she's someone that kind of is needed in that spot, but I don't think she's someone that should lead that spot. She should be like, she should have a co-host. I feel like it should be her and like another person. I feel like her and another person that can kind of like hype up the group, hype up the people, and that's maybe not super like awkward and a little bit like quiet and like reserved. Someone that's a little bit more out there that can kind of balance her out. I gonna be won't. I watched Rose podcast and seems Rupert might have something up her sleeve in partnership with ArenaNet when it comes to Janthia Wild's launch. That's nice. She did she do what did she do? Did she do the was that End of Dragons where she did the whole review of End of Dragons, like, or before End of Dragons, the whole review of everything? Was that what she did? Was that her? I don't remember what she did, but she did something like that. I remember. Shigeru Miyamoto and Hideo Kojima as well, the Japanese game devs. They do. I mean, they do, and they're so passionate about it. It's one of those things where they get really those Japanese developers, they get just like really, really into their game and into what they're doing, and they're so dedicated. But unfortunately, when it comes to like Western companies, unfortunately, they don't understand that it's a lot of those companies are kind of I feel like they're being dragged down by the whole mentality of like the shareholders are in charge and the publishing companies are in charge. So everything else is secondary, like the player base is secondary, and even your own well-being as a developer is second to that, right? And it's kind of it kind of that's where we have stepped into the time that we are in. And I think that's why I talked about this recently, but I think that's one of the reasons why indie games kind of took off as much as they did, because a lot of main series games became very bland, very like AAA development games became very bland, and not very like they didn't have any longevity, because they just became very like all about that stuff, right? Shareholder and what they say, and who cares what the player base wants. We just want to make as much money. That's when loot boxes kind of came out, and that was when like EA had the huge thing on like Battlefront and the loot boxes, and it's become like a huge thing in the community, because they were looking to see how they can make the most profit out of a game, and there's been backlash over the years. And I think that's why indie games became so huge, because indie games became really good, as well as they're not you know, they don't have to sit there and listen to some publisher overlord, some shareholder overlord that tells them what to do, kind of thing, you know. So we might yeah, we might get Ruby and Rookery. Okay, I'd be okay with that. She speed read a thing, and it did it really well. She did. I liked it. She was kind of nervous. I could really tell that she was nervous, but it was funny because I would have imagined myself in that situation. I would have been just as nervous. I would have been just as nervous. I would have messed up so much stuff, and so I kind of thought it was really cute the way that she like kind of like, because I think she made a couple mistakes and some of the stuff that she said, which is totally fine. I mean, she's going through the whole story at this point that was like 10 years old, right? So mistakes are to be made. I make them all the time. So, but it was really cute and I loved it. So yeah. Only WoW has a hype man. Finally, after 15 years ago, the voices Thrall getting back into a leadership role. I know nothing about that. I have not followed anything WoW. I haven't followed anything Blizzard Activision in a long time because I've been kind of on this warpath with them, and I think a lot of people have too. Can't really think of any other American companies with super hype dudes. Nintendo had Reggie, and then they dropped. Well, didn't he retire? They didn't drop him, but didn't he go? Didn't he retire? Wasn't that? I don't know if that was like just a cover story, but from what I remember, he just retired. So I don't know. But yeah, he was great. He was really fun. Nintendo still has some hype people in there. I think they're still, but they're just less known because they've only recently stepped into the light, you know, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Alright, I guess we're killing more of the seamen. And take that out of context. Oh, we have more to defeat. Okay. I've talked long enough for my effect to have worn out now. We'll just go this way. Cool. We're gonna become a Sunspear commander. Probably before we go to Gandara, so... Oops, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I'm like, why is my thing appearing and disappearing? Oh, you guys can't even see it, my text box. Is the nice way to put it, just like was my retire, but yeah, I won't get into it. Yeah, I knew about that, but you know, it is what it is. That's just how the world goes, you know. They're looking for new, fresh people that kind of get in there, but they did their thing, you know, and it's fine. I mean, all we can do is like, that's just unfortunately how it goes. In the gaming world, in everything really. I really love this. This ending with giving everyone 60 health is super nice. Because it's like everyone takes 35% less damage and they're healed for 60 health after. Like, that's really good. Mario, especially in that new Mario and Luigi RPG just showed. You know what? I didn't even listen to his voice in that. I did watch that stream, but I didn't even listen to the voice. But the new voice was already in the new like 2.5D Mario game that came out, right? And I remember it sounded a little different, but he did good. It was a good voice. I thought it was good. It sounded different. You could tell it was a different person, but yeah, that's just how it goes. People get replaced and new ones come in, you know. And it has to do with like profit, you know, of course, because those people over years, you know, they're looking for raises and stuff, and they end up getting like, you know, he did it for what, 30 years, 35 years, 40 years, whatever, however long he did it, right? He did it so long that, you know, they have to give him more money every year. Every year he gets a raise, and eventually they're kind of like, yeah, you're costing us like $500 million every year, so we're probably gonna like hire someone else that we can pay like 100th of that, and then we'll be good. We'll that's how we're gonna make some more money. Which I understand. I guess they're a company too. They have to make money, right? So I get it. More younger Chris makes Nintendo did what they makes sense. This is weird to me. Yeah, it's always weird. I mean, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's probably very sudden when things like that happen, and they're probably never comfortable. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been in positions even recently where I had to see someone get in charge get like awkwardly fired, let go, because of some situations at my job, and you know, it's yeah, it's just how it goes. I mean, I don't blame. Oh, we're done. Okay, we have done everything we needed. Okay. So we still didn't get Iron Fist, so that was kind of the whole idea, right? To get Iron Fist before the meeting. These were all supposed to take place before the meeting. Do we have anything that I need? No, I got. Look at how much. Why did Axis drop? Hope those Corsairs didn't give you too much trouble as individual crews. They aren't very threatening, but when they gather together into an armada, they're dangerous. This Iron Fist says like he could be a real problem. Keep your eyes peeled for any information you can gather. It sounds like we know flashlight. Okay. Let's sell some stuff. But yeah, I got axes. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 axes that dropped out of all these drops. I got so many axes. I don't know why. It's freaking wild. Get rid of all of that. Alright, probably gonna end it here. I think this is a good point to end today. Also, the original Super Mario did Luigi, Wario, and Waluigi. I think they hired a bunch of new voices. They probably did. They probably want to make it feel fresh, and we'll probably hear all of those voices. The next game, we'll probably hear all of those Waluigi, Wario, Luigi, all of those. Probably more in depth with the new with the Mario Party game that's coming out in October. We'll probably hear a bunch of those voices then, and we'll see. I feel like that's when I'll get a feel for how I feel about the new voices. That's when I'll get a feel for like, am I okay with this, or is this kind of awkward sounding, or is this kind of weird sounding? So I don't know, but yeah, I think it's a money. I think it's clearly a money making decision that they made, where they're like, you know, you have been getting raises every year for the last like 30 years that you've been doing this, and you're costing us a fortune, when we can get new fresh voice actors in here that can probably do a pretty decent job for a way less money than that, you know. So I get it. Newest movie party, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for that. I really want to play it. I'm very excited for that new Mario Party. I like the the one that was the like where they took all the 1, 2, and 3 and they did all those mini games. I like that one. The Superstars one was kind of awkward and kind of weird. Again, they tried to do like motion controls with your with your with your with the Switch stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't like that. It's weird, but I did like that one, so good. But I'm probably my voice is getting very hoarse, just because I've been talking a ton, but I've been streaming for like 4 hours too. So I used to go 5 hours. Back when I first started streaming, I would go 5 hours, and 5 hours is a tad too long for me because after that I'm like worn the fuck out because I'm talking for like 5 hours on camera. And then I did 3 hours for a long time, and I felt like that wasn't enough. So I think the sweet spot is like going around like 4 to 4.5, like somewhere like, you know, a little over 4 hours. I think is a good, like I'll try to hit 4 hours on my streams from now on. So but yeah, I appreciate you guys. Like I said, I am working. I did start writing the script for the newest dual class video. I will be. I don't know if that's gonna be the next video that's coming out because I might be doing some other videos before that. I might be doing the animal facts and Easter egg video number 5 first because I feel that's easier to make because it kind of writes itself almost in a way. Then we have what other stuff? I don't know. There's a couple other things that I wanted to do. That I want to do. Have a good evening. Thank you, Mish King. Thank you, Emily, for being here. And I feel like wasn't there someone else? Oh, Jacob was here earlier too. You just said hi and then nothing else. So, hi Jacob and everyone else that was in the background. I appreciate you guys. Have a good evening. I will be back tomorrow with some Guild Wars 2. So come and hang out. And I'll see you guys then. All right. Bye, guys.